Yeah, there we go. So, it should be live now. Anyway, what we've got on the window now is the body selector in automation. And there's like a gap below chat with just nothing there. Okay, YouTube doing that. There is, yeah, this body is the closest to a Smart 4.2. I know that the paddy wagon isn't long, so that's what I'm going to go with. Anyway, the display capture. This is like a minute of footage, and it tells me so much that I need to know. It's comical, actually, just how much everything is here. The elevator music. Then there is that tool chest there. Pay attention to where it is. Front of it, facing that tool chest. This is important, believe me.
Let me show you some of its features. Sesame seed finish, steel-belted pickles, grilled leather interior.
And then the engine is in the front. Yes, I pay attention to dumb stuff like this because it's important, but it's front-engined. Logic. I paid attention to, like, the specs I'd have to do for the engine as well. Believe me. And the layers. Why I decided to make it body on frame, because, of course, it has to be body on frame. Need to think about propeller thingy as well. Like, I don't know. I need to add that in at some point. I can just allow that music to run now then. And go back to automation. There we go. I am now in it. And hopefully, music should start in just a moment. Like so. I mean, I did the wheels. The wheels have been done. And yeah, is it, as I say, body on frame. I can change that. I've tried to make it so it handles well, because it's actually canon. And it's supposed to handle better than a first gen Mustang, but be slower, which is interesting. It was in some Flash game, actually, back in the day. But it is evidence that I have been given as to that this thing is actually supposed to corner well. I mean, it didn't explicitly say it was a first gen Mustang, but it's obvious just from looking at it that's what it was supposed to be. Yep, so, I mean, it said dual overhead fryers, so I've gone with an engine that has 2 cams overhead. It also has 4 valves, but because there was like 8 of these spark plugs on the edges, or what looked like spark plugs, so I've tried to use the V8 because that seems natural. I've had to use a 60 degree because of just the body size and automation. It doesn't allow me to do much if I go to 90. It's just too wide for the vehicle, at least with a ladder frame, which, as I've established, the thing is layered, so it kind of has to be ladder frame to copy that about as much as I can. Short wheelbase because the thing just looks very short, and very short, very small. Now, I can just put forged everything here. It doesn't seem like the Family Guy car where it was pretty clear it was not going to have any high-end parts. This is 2004, we can afford some luxury. Only single variable valve timing though, because it's not intake, I think it is, because it's not a dual overhead cam. As far as I can tell, it's naturally aspirated. It's supposed to be naturally aspirated. I could go with some better fuel injection, but speed is not the goal here, it's handling. And what would you believe it, with this heavy, large 5-litre engine, apparently the displacement of a large commercial deep fat fryer, naturally. I've put it on commercial gas as well. I don't know, I know you can power ovens with gas, so like, I'm trying to get this stuff working as best as I realistically can. Can go with some performance bits. I think it's like single point injection. I'll change that if it needs more power. Otherwise, I'll just leave it as it is. Actually, I am thinking now, it wasn't specifically said it's cast iron or anything, so I can go a little fancier with the materials. Make it like an aluminium, a lightweight aluminium block. Should help fix the terrible weight balance of this thing a little. And then I can also change the outtake tubular mid, so see how it goes, as I say. I can't go front-wheel drive like that, even if the thing is canonically front-wheel drive. I don't think it is because it's a longitudinal engined unit, but I can't realistically do that with longitudinal. If I turned it transverse, it would go front engine, but then it's not transverse, so we've got what we've got. Now, there is 280 horsepower. Like, this is a lot. I can rev it out a little more as well. But the first gen Mustang, we're probably looking about 270 horse, maybe a little more. Hi, Weevo. I have a paddy wagon of sorts. There we go. There will be more to it. But I tried to get pickle wheels at least. So, yeah. We've also got the engine that closely represents, as closely as I can, represents it. Because it's a 5-litre deep fat fryer engine with apparently dual overhead cam. So, I tried to replicate that. It didn't say trim cam. So, I think a V8 is the best option to replicate that. There is single point injection, which I may change later. There is what was I doing? The RPM. I can change the RPM a little higher. It makes too much power though, because going with the Ford Mustang first gen, it's supposed to be slower than that, according to this one Nickelodeon Flash game, which had the paddy wagon in. Supposed to be yeah, makes no sense. I'm going to make it make sense. I mean, it shouldn't. And it makes 330 horsepower, which I feel is a bit too much, but I'm going to have to try and get it working. It's very short, which I think the paddy wagon actually is, canonically. I've given it a 6-speed auto because it appears to have an auto, and that was like probably about as good as you could get in 2004, which is when it was when it was first shown. So I'm calling it a 2004. There is this thing apparently goes almost 200 miles per hour. Going 190 miles per hour burger. It'll probably get slower. Ooh, those are tiny tyres. Let's give it something wider. For, I don't know. No, they're pickles. They don't need to be wide. This is going to be a disaster. Yet canonically, according to that one Flash game, it's supposed to handle quite well. So, how wide can it go? Like 145s before it starts looking dumb. It is all-wheel drive. Yeah, it's utterly... I mean, I don't know. It doesn't have to make sense, but I have to make everything overly logical. I can put larger wheels on it, I think. I could just put semi-slicks on at this point to actually try and give this thing some level of grip. It did say, like, steel-belted pickles, so I interpret that to mean I'm allowed radials. I mean, I could even put full slicks on it, but I think it's still supposed to be a road vehicle. I'm pushing it about as hard as I can with semi-slicks. Now, wheels, I don't know. I'm just going to put steel, because it said steel-belted, so I'm going to have to just say, well, steel. So, close enough. How big brakes can we get? I can have solid discs front and rear, because I guess they're steel. I mean, like, what am I doing? What am I doing with my channel? Oh no, we don't need 5 seats. We only need 2. Well, I don't know. You could call it 3 because technically it's like a bench seat. So I think that's a fair enough compromise. So we've got standard interior and basic radio. I don't think there's a whole lot to the interior. We've got manual steering, which felt right somehow, and anti-lock brakes. But it does spin the wheels as per the clip, so I'm not putting traction control on it. It needs to spin the wheels because of the canon of it all. I mean, I have no idea exactly what to do with suspension. I'll put something fairly normal on it, but I don't know exactly what it should have. So 996 kilos, 63% from, and this is all-wheel drive. We've somehow got an all-wheel drive burger which weighs less than a ton. Utterly destroy the engineering side. But it needs to be overcomplicated. We need to make sure this thing handles like a burger. Otherwise people might mistake it for a sandwich. And we can't have that. Being mistaken for a sandwich, that would be a disaster. I don't think it should make this much power. We're also making 24 miles per gallon. I think the Family Guy car was doing like half of this. So it's a very efficient burger. It's also on compressed gas because it felt natural. The stuff here. I think I might have made the engine a little too good. If it's supposed to be like slower in a straight line than a first generation Mustang, because of the canon of that game that had the paddy wagon in it, then I don't know. I mean, automation YouTubers I think have done this before, but I'm so obsessed with the details here, so yeah. I could make a sandwich. I mean, there is the what's it, Oscar Mayer's Renamobile. I could do something with that body as well. It's just so crazy how you can do stuff with this game. And I'm trying, here I am, like, instead of actually doing anything useful, just trying to build a accurate paddy wagon. So we've got 220. It makes a lot of torque. The thing makes a lot of torque. So the crankshaft, want more RPM from that, I think. Forged steel light. Forged light. That should allow the thing to rev out a little better. It will now rev to 8,000. I mean, I feel like it should be a 90-degree V8, but that just wouldn't fit in the body at all. And automation would cry about it. I don't know. So, I think this power level is a bit more correct than it should be. Than it was before, should I say? I mean, how many miles per gallon? Doesn't do miles per gallon. I think the thing is blowing itself up because I made it rev too high. And then I'm worried about it revving highly. Because of course I would. So, compression. I mean, imagine having this in initial D. People fear the patty. The patty is the fastest thing around this mountain. It's only ever seen at night on the mountain. I don't know. I mean, I have put continuous variable valve lift for all it's worth. I think I need to see how the thing sounds. So, I mean, there's bypass valves. I think if I go with a smaller exhaust, I don't know if that'll improve weight balance at all. I do need to also test the, what's it, the PTAR, the car recorder. I need to test that around the test track. I didn't do that last time. But we need to see how quick these both are. In a very serious test. And I clicked off a window. This thing, no mufflers, and it still isn't noisy. I could actually put some, I could put some, what do you call it on there? Catalytic converter. I mean, at this point, sure, why not? I don't think the thing actually has exhausts, which is interesting. I guess because it's a sandwich or a burger, but I mean, how will I go about the exhausts then? If it doesn't have exhausts, how does one add exhausts? I'll have to hide them away, I guess. Or make the exhaust... I don't think you can do it in this game. But there was definitely something, and you could change the colour of the exhaust. I don't think that was automation. It was some game I remember at some point. I mean, maybe it was even Little Big Planet. Yeah. It's an utter disaster. Weirdest thing is, I can't see this as a disaster because it's actually, weirdly, actually pretty good. At least as far as some of the things the random wheel has built, or wheel coon as I call it. This is actually pretty darn good for what it is. The frame. I'm just thinking, what colour would a burger frame be? Probably bun coloured. There's our pickle wheel colour. I mean, I don't know, they look very shiny. I don't think I played Gear City. Honestly, I might just be thinking back to building cars on Little Big Planet. It's been many years. I don't think the servers are online for that anymore, even. But, yeah, I did build a few vehicles in that. I think I tried building an Audi RS4 and stuff. Many, many years back. I think if I go wood plastic look pretty good for the bun. That's either bun coloured or flesh coloured. I don't know. I don't want to make it flesh coloured because that would not be very nice. If I can get a picture of a paddy wagon. Ah, so it's a more brown colour. I think it's like that. That's not quite brown enough though to fit the description. I can definitely try changing it here. Scroll along. That's a little closer. There was Little Big Planet. It wasn't made for building cars, believe me, but people did it, and I did it as well. It wasn't made for building cars, but believe me, I did it. Now I'm having all these memories. I tried building the Renault Aventime, because I think it was one of the Little Big Planet games. I think it was the third one. It allowed you to build cars from a top-down perspective. So of course I tried building a Renault Aventime. There was also an official partnership with Toyota where they had a Toyota Prius. And I'm not making this up. There was actually a Toyota Prius made by, like, officially Toyota in Little Big Planet. Hey, it was quite a well-made Prius. I'm not going to deny that. I think that's convincing enough for a bun colour. I don't know, but... I mean, there's only so much I can do. I would say put the body back on, but that just ruins it. So, the paddy wagon. Okay, according to the image, we've got a wider track by the looks of it, which I can somewhat implement. If we go body... There is a chassis track width. There we go. Yes. I might have to make the whole frame invisible because it doesn't quite correspond. Ah, the engineering, yeah. That is a thing. I mean, there is brick rigs. Maybe that was it. I think that might have been it. Brick rigs. You can definitely do some engineering level of stuff with brick rigs, although it's not super engineering-y, but... You know, you have, like, different types of engine. You can make it rear-wheel drive, all-wheel drive, all that kind of stuff. You can set up the suspension. Automation is definitely nowhere near as advanced as... sorry, no. Brick rigs is nowhere near as advanced as automation, but you can do some stuff with it. I mainly just build muscle cars. Oh, look at that stance. I mean, I don't know. Imagine making Picklewick drive it. That would be some kind of cursed. So we've got the burger. I think the 3D option is probably my friend here. Cylinder. I mean, how do I go about this? Because I want it to be very curved. Is that like an oval of sorts? I don't think that's what I need. I mean, there's basic extended shapes. I don't know, like, there is spheres and stuff. Half Ovaloid. Not to be confused with Vocaloid. An all too common confusion. I wonder if I can change the wheels. I don't think I can. I mean, another vehicle, what I'll probably do some other week, it's the fairy spotting spy van thing from Fairly Odd Parents. I think that could be fun. It would definitely be less weird than a paddy wagon, but I think that has its own kind of charm to it. And this is for some reason not in 3D. I do need to put it in 3D for it to actually work. Okay, 3D, and now it's on 3D. Ah, I let go of it. So this part of a patty is going underneath to try and give it a little curvature, as burgers are not completely square. I mean, I think I'm going to have to remove the frame, unless there's something else I can do, which I maybe could. I'll have to see. So, wheels. Ooh, wheel offset. That might help. It's not exactly what I was looking for, but... Ooh, I can keep going. I can give the wheels absurd levels of offset, yes. It doesn't like it, though. It doesn't like having any more than 49.5 on there. So I probably shouldn't mess with you on that point. I mean, I think I'm better off just making the frame invisible. Yeah. It would be a disaster to drive, I won't deny that. I mean, there is still the slots thing, so otters can be gambled. Oh, I'm noticing something here. The paddy wagon isn't wide enough, I don't think. Because it's supposed to be pretty square. Well, I say square, it's circle, but it's supposed to look pretty round in form. And this does not go wide enough. So, to make it fit the body type correctly, which is completely round, I'm going to have to find something wider, I think. This van is short, so I could give this a try. It's even shorter, actually, from a wheelbase perspective. The van is still not wide enough. Okay. Patty estate, indeed. Yes. The patty estate. I mean, all the space for transporting patties. Oh, I wonder about the Jeep. I wonder if this has a wide track. It actually does, kind of. What's the shortest vehicle I could get? Because a lot of these just don't seem very short. There's a 1.5 I saw. There's a lawnmower. But you know what? This is weird, but the lawnmower actually looks like one of the better things I have seen. How does the lawnmower fit the V8? Actually, far better than it has any right to, if I'm honest. I may have to, like, fudge the design a little to get it to fit. I don't know. The lawnmower is one of the best cars, though, and that's not what I was expecting. Ooh, 1.2. This is very short. Yes, I found my paddy wagon body. It's taken a little time, but I finally found something somewhat appropriate to be a paddy wagon, but it doesn't fit the V8. Wait, what have they called it? They called it Wheelie the Pooh. I guess not exactly what you want near your food, but anyway. Okay, so I think this can work. I'm going to have to change the engine dimensions, but I think this can work in here. So if I make that as small as possible, I think as long as it's over 3 litres, it can probably classify as a commercial air fryer. Not air fryer, sorry, deep vat fryer. But I want the 5-litre big block. There we go. So we're looking at a bit of a stroker engine for size. But it should fit. I mean, like this is a disaster. It doesn't look like a wheel vehicle even anymore. Let's see if I put the body on. That just looks dumb. Perhaps even more dumb than a burger. Is there anything shorter than this? I wonder. Like, that's 1.2 meters. I think that's as short as I'm going to get. Ooh. 0.9 peel. Just finding the shortest body I can, but I don't think this is going to work. The other one, at least, I could brute force a V8 in there. Unless this lets me put a V8 in anyway, which I don't think it does. Yeah, this does not like the V8. That's a 1.5 as well. Wait a minute. We have some of these other micro cars. So that's a yeah, this is a 1.2. This is about as short as I can get that I think I'll actually be able to fit a V8 in. Which is an important part of a paddy wagon. I mean, it looks like a cable car. It doesn't look like an actual vehicle. So, there we go. Put that on. Well, we now have wheels. Actual wheels. I want to go and check the, this will be slower now than it was. The front tyres blew out. That's not great. They're also miniature front tyres. I mean, I'm on semi-slick, so I don't know how much I'll have to go with this. I can try and make the wheels as, like, large as diameter as possible. 155. Actually, I'm being a little dumb. I can just make the sidewall bigger, because you're not actually going to see the body. Yeah, Chinese micro car. It could be. But I feel like this car, it says, oh yeah, it says 2000. I was thinking this was from the 1940s or something. Yeah, it could be. I mean, I don't know. Looks like maybe a Chinese knockoff of a Smart 4.2. I could see that being the case. It would probably also be made of fiberglass, but I've made mine of steel. I mean, I don't know. I could make it out of aluminium, probably. I don't know. What's actually the closest to burger material, I wonder? I feel like in terms of squishiness, fiberglass is probably the closest to an actual burger that you can make a car body out of. So, it's going to be made of fiberglass. I mean, at least that should make it handle better because there's less weight high up. We know this thing handles from that one Nickelodeon Flash game, which is clearly a good reference. So the 4.7 0 to 60, yes. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's just, I saw it at initial glance, but, I mean, where's the body? I can see it being, yeah, I can see it being from the 2000s, but it's like, at just a quick glance, I was like, that's going to be some weird, obscure, tiny van from the 40s. It doesn't look that much like a 40s one, but my mind just made that connection for some bizarre reason. This looks wider than it actually is long, which is curious. I mean, I asked for that much, so I can't really complain, but anyway. So it goes 143 now. I think that's faster than the Family Guy vehicle. The Family Guy station wagon, I called it. So I don't want the wheels to be too large for a paddy wagon, but I do want some larger wheels, which will allow me to put slightly larger wheels on without them looking absurdly massive. Oh, I can add tread as well, yes. Well, not add tread, I mean I can like space them out, which is ideal for what I'm trying to build here. So it goes out by 55 here. I mean, I don't know if that's out enough. It probably is, but there's only so much I can do. What looks odd though, it looks like the paddy wagon is a lot more squared off with the wheels. I might have to add some weird camber to it to actually get this thing to look natural. Well, not camber, like toe angle. I mean, the paddy wagon does have a V8 going for it at least. I can't go above 18-inch wheels. I mean, that shouldn't be too much of a surprise. At least I'll fit brakes in my paddy wagon. I mean, I could actually make the whole powertrain and stuff burger coloured, which I think that would be pretty funny. just a normal car with the pickles out the side. There was the body, yeah. So sometimes you can enlarge in fender flares, and that will allow you to put even wider track on it. So I can give this a try. I'll leave the body on for now. Now, I mean, if that was worth a try, but it doesn't actually let me move the wheels out any further than they're already out. So we can have a bonnet there, and you can see the V8. I'm actually quite surprised this little thing will even support a 5-litre V8, but I'm not complaining. There is also a fan box under my desk because I upgraded the fans. Utterly terrible, yes. I mean, there is still the slots command. As I say, you can put otters in a slot machine because, of course, that is something we all needed. So, can move that up. I mean, this is going to look a bit more burger-like, but... I mean, maybe if I just have it so the kind of pieces are sticking out here. I think you can also put, like, you can hide certain bits of a suspension, so that might be my best option. If I make this a little smaller, perhaps. I might just make the thing a little longer than it is wide, because I've tried making it like 100% accurate size-wise in an actual round burger, and I don't think that's going to work. So I have to fudge the actual dimensions a little. Yeah, it is yeah. Yeah, it is kind of surprising a person fits in here. I mean, I guess it's height. It's like those key vans in a way. You just put extra height in to kind of compensate for the lack of wheelbase, but you wouldn't really put a person in a patty. There was actually, I think he did it on a R53 Mini, did they call it? I think they call it R53, and that was, they tried to make a real one based on that. As promotional. It didn't look anything like the actual paddy wagon, but hey, they tried. I mean, I don't want this to be too angled. So if I go shift that up and... I mean, there's a cylinder somewhere. There's half a cylinder. And then I can mirror that, maybe. No. It doesn't have a full cylinder, I think. Oh, no, it does. Sorry, I'm just being dumb. Something just looks off about it, though. Like, it doesn't look completely straight. And that's what I'm worrying about when I'm building a burger. Can actually go there and do it. Well, you can't see the engine from the base, which is definitely useful. The ladder frame doesn't actually stick out as badly as I thought it would, which is interesting. It does a little, so I think I'll have to remove it, but... well, visually remove it, should I say. I mean, I want to kind of add lumps on it as well, because a bumper isn't like... not bumper, a bun isn't completely smooth. There is sesame seeds, like that is actually canon, so I'm going to have to somehow implement that for definite. I mean, I think that's enough of a burger. I mean, it is as close as I think I can realistically get. I feel like I should curve the top in, but... yeah. The burger isn't utterly straight, indeed. I mean, the engine doesn't get in the way. Wait, does the thing have headlights? No. I was thinking if it had headlights down there, the chassis could remain. But it can't, really. I feel like it's actually front heavy, if that makes sense. But I don't know, on the chassis frame, it actually does fit between them, so maybe it's fine. There is fixture materials. I kind of want a burger. I think the burger needs to be a little more shiny than the aluminium work. This needs to be quite brown, more so than the bun. Something like that. Oh, that's a burger bun. Not burger bun, a burger patty, I guess. Now, at what layer do I put the seats in? The thing does actually have a wooden floor. Because I did look through the clip video of the Spongebob movie, and it did actually show the floor was made of wood. So, I'm going to have to try and imitate a wooden floor somehow. Oh, you know what? This is this painted iron. The painted iron isn't painting the iron. Chrome. I think I know what to do. I might have to go here and do it. Like, does it enable paint? It's very strange, but it doesn't appear to actually do anything. Is that an emoji? That's not showing up. I think it might be some kind of emoji. There is leather canonically as well. It says leather burger seats or something. But, that's, I'm just going to interpret that as leather. Winkle paint. There we go. I feel like I could do so much more than this. There is cheese and lettuce, so... It is kind of a reddish burger colour by the looks of it. But if I go red, it doesn't actually look correct at all. I am on the chat on YouTube, but it's not showing on there. Like, that's actually what I'm looking at, but it just shows some boxes. So I'm guessing YouTube doesn't support whatever it's supposed to show. Because sometimes all I could think is if it's like a Samsung or Apple specific emoji, then it's probably not going to show on the standardized coding of YouTube or something along those lines. But yeah, I am actually looking at the YouTube window. So if it doesn't display on avatars or YouTube, it's probably just some issue with how it's showing it based on the software and stuff behind YouTube. Or perhaps some device-specific stuff. Yeah, could be new. It is a possibility. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing with these grooves. It has some kind of cartoony shading here, so I think what I might have to do... At least the one thing about cartoony stuff, it's generally pretty easy to imitate. Okay, so I think I've had an idea. I can use, yeah, something like this window. If I do this correctly, I think I can get the shading done. So I'm going to have to move that to the edge. This is probably not the best thing to use. I'll have a look at that then. I'll actually type in distorted face emoji. Copy, just look it up as well. Like, I didn't copy that part. Oh yeah, and the AI summary on this Bing thing, it has to explain to me what it is. Like, okay, I just want to see the emoji. Is that, Hi Elena. It is, supposed to be a burger. I think I can see it. It's like, kind of a scared, no, scared, like, confused 3D face type thing. But it doesn't show on YouTube for some weird reason. So yeah, I'm messing around with the windows, trying to get something that looks as I would want it to. If I could find a grill, that might help. Some kind of grill or vent, not sus. So, see what there is. Kind of want to add some headlights or something dumb. Yeah, Berber. This is a Berber. What it's supposed to be. I mean, it looks too perfect. And that one is like flickering through there in a very nasty way. There, I think I fixed it. It's not flickering anymore. The, yeah, I need to find something that I can work into this. There's mirrors. There's wheels, which are just going to change my pickle wheels if I try messing with it. I mean, this thing is supposed to handle quite well, canonically. And it's also supposed to have no exhaust. So I don't know how I'm going to go about that. Exactly. Oh, can you change the fuel filler cap? No, you can only change one colour on that, not the outer one. Per bank. So, the bumper bar. I don't think there's going to be anything here. No. Ooh, the steering wheel. I don't think I can get the steering wheel working. There is a steering wheel. There is canonically a steering wheel in the paddy wagon. So I'll have to try and find something that's actually close to that eventually. Tail lights, maybe? I mean, it's an unconventional way of going about it, but it might just be my best option. Do they show from the other side? Kind of. I feel like I just need something that I can work into this. Are there any vents? There may be one or two somewhere that work. What's it? Kleber. Is that actually... Is that something to do with the emotes? I don't know, I'm confused. I am confusion. So... I think it's like Miramar light grills from BeamNG. If I make this smaller... I just can't see how this is actually going to look decent. But I don't have a whole lot of options for the whole shading thing. I mean, it's like, I've done a Miku. I made a Miku in automation, so it should be possible. There is, that can move out. Oh dear, I've clicked off it. Oh, yeah. Well, I guess that's a way of doing things. I butcher things accidentally, so I guess that's something we both do. Just I do it because I'm not good at doing things. Right, so we need what's it called? It's called Alleywife. That's a very odd name. Odd default name. If I make that a little chunkier. That needs to also not be chrome, but be some lighter colour, basically. Nah, that's new camo. I was just assuming, hey, maybe that's going to work. It is not. So, painted iron. No, we don't want painted iron. I want, there's leather. Winkle paint, that's it. That looks like tyre white wall, almost. So, I mean, this is going to be the worst shading ever. I mean, I did try and work on the Orwella stream avatar I had earlier. That thing scares me because it's just too complicated for my own good. Like all the hair physics and everything, and then I've not got any clear line art. So when I just struggle with this, all I have to do is literally just think back to making that, and I'm like, hey, you know what? This is actually pretty easy. I mean, I do want to make a few new stream avatars. I only didn't try and overcomplicate them all. Because I only have 3 at the moment. I really should make some more. And I will someday finish that Orwella one. I just don't know how many years it's going to take me. I mean, like, that's supposed to be some kind of lighting, and it does not look like it. I think I've got too many of them. I think I need to use it sparingly. Yeah. I did once or twice in a Gartic actually draw my character, I think, with different coloured hair, because, you know, it's like OC fusion and all that, so I did draw him with different coloured hairs. And I also have the Danielle female one, which is like me but better looking, and that's blue hair. I feel like I can't escape now that the idea my character looks like a Christmas tree. Ah yeah, so I think dogs do sometimes do that. They just go full violent on a toy, and then toy is not toy shaped anymore. if dog friend, then why not dog friend shaped anymore? So yeah, I mean, some dogs just do that. Like, they just destroy everything. I mean, is that the same Jelly Bean one that's, I think, from a while ago? It's now just in that destroying everything phase. Because I think they do go through that time. I think most dogs do. I mean, it looks okay, I think. It doesn't look good, but I've tried to, like, emulate the graphical style. I think if I change the colour, might be... yeah, early Christmas. You know what I can do? I can actually do the Christmas tree. I mean, I do need to remake my avatar at some point. So where is it? I need to remake my avatar at some point because there's all kinds of stuff I can add to it with the hair physics and whatever. But it's whenever I get the time to. I am now Christmas tree. Ah, yeah, so... Wait, so there's 2 dogs. Yeah, don't worry. Jelly Bean will start destroying things next year or something like that. Honestly, the typing's not that bad. I've tried to type on the tablet and I just cannot do that. But I am also a Christmas tree now, so I am decorated. I think I can deselect the pin tool on there now, just so I don't mess with something by accident. I wonder if it takes them off when there's a battle royale. Probably does, to be honest. I mean, it would be funny if I could do something. Wait, actually, there is a. Yeah, help. There is actually a new command that if Stream Elements is working. I don't know if it will work on here, but I did mess with this command as just an idea. I made a no ball, and it's like whatever you ask it, it'll just say no. Which I thought was somewhat amusing. Because I was just playing around, like, can I actually get a custom command to work? So now there's a no ball. An ornament, indeed. We will all be fabulous tree ornaments to the hair tree. Wait a minute. Stream Elements isn't on the tree. We need Stream Elements to decorate the tree. Come on, Pearella. It's because Stream Elements is Pearella now. I mean, I do want the proper Orwella avatar, though, as I was saying. I don't think I've got these on mirror. Should probably have mirrored them. It would make my job easier here. Yeah, because it has it? No, it has mirrored them. Yeah, and the no board just says... No, what you have to do is... you have to ask it something where it's going to look sus. So it's like... No ball, did you eat my last... No ball, did you eat my last cookie? And then... No. That's how you use it for like comic effect. You just get it to answer some way. It's just gonna make itself look really sus. I feel like 8-Ball is the truly irredeemably evil brother of 8-Ball. Like whatever it does, it's just really evil. It does not know what morality is. I think I can move the engine back, actually, which I'll probably do for handling. It should be somewhere here. Optimize weight. I think if we make it heavier, it will fix the weight balance a little. So we've got... what's the weight balance currently? Because this thing I want to handle. Oh dear! Would you look at that? Did you try to blow up the moon? No! So, anyway, would you believe the weight balance here? 67% front. I mean, I couldn't get that if I tried. I'm going to try and make the thing somewhat better balanced, though, because I don't think it's a good thing that it's this off. So if I make it heavier... No. Being heavier has not done anything for the weight balance, I don't think. I could make it lighter then. So we've got weight distribution, rear. And then can make it lighter, I guess. There we go, 60 front. This is a lot better balanced now. And it's very lightweight. So, yeah. Wait, has everyone escaped my hair? Oh dear. Even Pearella has escaped now. I'm no longer a Christmas tree. This is a problem. I do think we need the engine though. I think we need a 2-valve engine because it just makes too much power. So I'm going to put 2 valves per cylinder on just to reduce the power somewhat. An emoji that it won't show as well. There is, I think it's actually prime time for a battle royale. Yeah, 3. Wait, what face is that? I mean, I don't know. Is it like... Is it eyes with 2 ears out the side? I don't know. I can't understand it. Freedom. I mean, wait, I have to do a command. But I'm going to just wig this fight so that I win. And I'm going to go with, cheat more. I've got to make sure I win, you see, because I am the leader of this stream, therefore I cannot possibly lose. Imagine if, like, I actually win now. Oh, there's a med pack there. Is Stream Elements gonna win? Imagine if Stream Elements just shows up and wins. I don't understand that face. I mean, there's kind of a face there. I don't know, my mind just reads it as city for some reason. Cheat everything. Wait, Stream Elements is looking strong at the moment. Is Stream Elements going to take out Sakura? Oh no. It's over for Sakura. Will Stream Elements ever get the prize? Just drop Stream Elements a med pack or something. I don't know. So Stream Elements, imagine if Stream Elements actually wins because it's literally a pair. Nope. Blue Teto is still the strongest. And I'm getting distracted from the actual game now. And I hope that money doesn't just go straight into the slots. Oh, I found a fan, at least. So, I don't know, which is the most canonical fan, I wonder. I go to the gallery of images. So it's a little, like, fan. Probably something like this. Then, I think that's the back, yeah. You can tell because the engine's sticking through. So if I can make that more silver, I can make it chrome for now even, because luxury. There are ways to get these to actually turn, but I can never remember the command. It's that crying face. I mean, yeah, the 500 has gone to slots as well as how dark. Oh wait, you've acquired 2,000 by kicking the machine. And that's totally not just because it's all rigged. Hey, I mean, at least you're sharing the proceeds of the villainy. Wait, Noble, did you, rig the machine to not provide winnings? Okay, see you, Evo. And Noble just says no. It's one of those things, it's predictable, but it's just perfect for pinning the blame on it. So, hopefully I'll learn a bit more about Stream Elements, because I imagine I can do more fun little gimmicks like that. Okay, so small that, and that can go down like so. That can go, and I can grab the wrong part of the burger. No ball, do you say anything else? No. It's just so random. I think I should also have 2 8-balls as well. So I should have the Sakura one. And I should also have the Stream Elements one. So 8-ball, are you secretly no ball? We must find out the truth. Yeah. 8-ball is secretly no ball. It just admitted to it. Okay. There's hey, and at least I can say one thing. No ball is still more intelligent than any of these AI stuff. Okay, so visibility can disable chassis, basic chassis. Oh, wait. Hide chassis. Oh, there we go. Now that is done. Sakura, are you better than 8-ball? The world must know. I'd say, I believe so, yes. My Sakura is the most intelligent of all 8-balls. I mean, that doesn't look at all like actual burger lighting. I tried. I do need the cheese, actually, as well. Because we all know our favourite burger car has canonically got cheese. Which I think is the next layer, to be fair. I mean, it does actually say in the video clip that it was fuel injected. So I can't just put a carburetor in and make it lose power that way. So there is... yeah, there's going to be cheese at some point in this. By the looks of it, the easiest way is probably to just put a yellow layer here. Also, the burger part at the top does need to be kind of modified because I need to put seats in. So this is going to be yellow. Can make it a little shiny, as often the American type of cheese sometimes is. Maybe a bit less shiny. Like, maybe that's good. Oh, that cheese. Yeah, cheese. I mean, I'm thinking maybe it'll hide the imperfections I've got with all the lighting and stuff. I can hope. So we've got, I don't know, I've gone on basic cylinder. That is not cheese coloured anymore. I have got rid of a cheese colour by accident. That was dumb. It is now cheese coloured again, though. Very cheese coloured. It's not like, not even the accurate cheese colour. It's just super yellow. Over vibrantly yellow. So I think if I go and maybe drag that down, and mirroring this will definitely be useful. So I'll mirror that. I mean, you couldn't have a paddy wagon without cheese. Cheese is where half horsepower comes from. Well, probably more like about a quarter of a horsepower given how many ingredients there is, but still. It is important. I think if I go, maybe drag that out a little more, and... I mean, that should vaguely look like the actual cheese is in the right location. It is kind of like triangular slices, though. So if I tilt it this way, hopefully I can kind of get that look. Don't know if my PC is audible. Seems to be pretty loud to me. I mean, I'm trying to get like kind of triangular look. I feel like that's about as close as I can realistically get. Looks a bit more like melted cheese, but still. I mean, maybe if I make it a little wider. I mean, it does look more melted, I think, but at least it vaguely resembles it. Yeah, I mean, well, can you do like the praying hands to worship for cheese? I think there's an emoji for that. So you can do like the praying hands and do worship all the cheese. May power be with you, cheese, or something like that, whatever people say. There we go. Some kind of cheese in there. Baked macaroni. I don't know. I made like vegan macaroni stuff before, but I keep messing up. And also, I'm cheap, so I don't make it all that much now. I mean, there's got to be cheese somewhere. Isn't there like a secret cheese dungeon? Cheese mines. I'm pretty sure they mine cheese somewhere. I think that's how it works. I think cheese does come from mines. I certainly hope my whole life isn't a lie. I think I'm going to have to do this as well with a lettuce. I can probably make the cheese layer a little thicker just so it's clear that there is actually cheese here. I'm sure there are real burgers out there, though, where they make them and, like, the cheese, there's such a tiny amount of cheese, it's pretty much not even there. That one oddly isn't showing. That's supposed to be green, like lettuce. Gonna have to make another colour, I think. Leathery lettuce, sure. I can make lettuce that's kind of leathery. It's a very cartoony green. I think it's a darker green in the show, so I'll have to try and honour that a little. I mean, I could spend ages and ages on this, but I've only got one stream realistically to do this. I mean, I don't know about these wheels. I feel there should be more bread-coloured stuff there to attach them. So, there is, where is it? Exhaust running gear. Yeah, let's make the running gear bread-coloured. Suspension, that can be bread-coloured. Yes. Now it is just bits of bread coming out that attach the wheels. Sure. Or I could try and make them pickle coloured as well, like that could work. Just bits of pickle that are somehow like attached in a weird way. I think you can paint the brake calipers as well. There we go. Pickles. Definitely pickles and nothing else. Oh, actually, no, I've had a better idea. Oh, yeah, so you can make vegan cheese. I think the stuff you can just buy, honestly. I don't know if it's in America. You can just buy vegan cheese stuff here, but you can probably make it as well. It's probably better if you make it, honestly. I've not made it yet. I could probably try and make it. I mean, it's something. Something I've not tried yet. So I can put glass brakes on it. I mean, sure, glass brakes. Whatever downside could there be to glass brakes? But there is transparent somewhere. I just have to find it. There we go. Because having thought of this a little... So I need the running gear and stuff to be transparent. There's an exhaust somewhere hidden. Don't know exactly where though. Transparent there. And make this transparent. If I can find a piece again. Defaults. There we go. Now it's actually got those kind of floating pickles. It's not perfect, but it's something. Yeah, I mean, honestly, vegan anything, I think, in the stores, they make it really expensive. So, a lot of the time, and also you can probably get better quality by making it yourself. That's usually the case with pretty much anything. And then it gets to takeaway. I mean, the amount you pay for takeaway anything, that just gets absurd. I feel like you could just buy full vegan stuff and it would still be like a quarter of the price of some takeaway made using the very cheapest meat. So it's like, it's just got ridiculous for price. Boy kisser, just put that in the driver's seat or something, I don't know. There is there anything mechanically I can do with this? I guess there's the engine. So, I mean, I'll try and find the image of it, if I can find it. Where it was with the game that it was in. Apparently there's one with Sonic in it. Apparently they put Sonic in it for like some promotional thing in the Patty Wagon, and that's something I didn't think I would see. I don't think that's it. There we go. I'm gonna try and just change the display capture. Yeah, like that's clearly a first-gen Mustang, so... yeah. I mean, it's on this gallery somewhere. I'll see if I can scroll to it. See if I can scroll to the Sonic one. There we go. That's what I was referring to. Blue. Just gamble the blue because it's, wait. I'll see if I can find the emote. Oh well, I chose a square one by accident, but we are gambling Sonic. Oh, as close as I can to gambling Sonic. So I can move this back to my other display now. I mean, like, the first gen Mustang anyway, as I just showed for a moment, briefly, that's like what we've got to try and compete with the Patty Wagon, so... It's like the closest actual IRL thing. Wait, I acquired money. I acquired 2 coins by gambling Sonic. Maybe gambling Sonic is a good idea, I don't know. The engine here, so... How am I going to make less power? That's what I'm curious about. Does removing valve timing help? A little. I mean, I don't know. I think if it's less than 200 horsepower, I think that's probably enough. I'll just have to try and make it work this way. I can actually make that smaller, and that gives me more power, interestingly. 27 slots. And then 2. Wait, is it going to let you lose twice in a row after I just, like, gambled Sonic for probably one of the few times I actually use it on this channel, and I won immediately? I feel like Sakura may be being sus doing something there. Actually, if I go with like low RPM headers and stuff, that will make this very strong on the low end. I think I could try this. Just set it up for like low RPM torque and stuff. Because this car is clearly very heavy and needs a torque. Now, how about VVL? Does the VVL do anything? Say VVL and I know it sounds like. Yeah, I don't think we need to do much with that anyway. I think this engine is fairly strong. It doesn't seem to be very efficient though. Oh dear, it's impossible to fit the engine in the engine bay, apparently. So I'm going to have to just change that a little. Oh dear, like it doesn't want to fit, that's the issue. I can try just making it a really high stroke and a small bore. I mean, does acting overhead cam? That is smaller. And it does have overhead cam as per the law. I need to really make sure this thing corners well, though, because that's what it's going to lean on quite heavily. I mean, it's almost a 5-litre deep fat fryer I wanted. Not quite, though. I mean, it is engine. The thing is engine. So 168, it is not powerful, at least, I can say that much. It's not powerful, but it's lightweight, which should turn it into the kind of cornering machine I am hoping for. I think it does need to be all-wheel drive, at least, just to help put the power down. And then, we can lower the RPM limit, sure, that's not a terrible idea. But we do need to change the componentry because I don't want this engine to explode under the load. Can go, let's go forged steel heavy. Forged, can go with forged light there. That should make this engine generally pretty solid for what it is. A burger cart, yeah. Did it have that joke about like powering it on ketchup and mustard in the actual movie? Because I were watching the clips of it. I don't know. Does it take a mixture? Because I could do that. There's like ethanol blend and stuff. I could do that to like kind of simulate a ketchup mustard mix to power it. It's not like exact, but supposing you need to run a mixture of ketchup and mustard. There's also one methanol or nitromethane, I think. Maybe you can have a mix. I think it's ethanol blend. There's also a compressed gas, but I think that doesn't mix. So, I mean, there's E27. I'll go with E70, so you're going to have like 70% ketchup and 30 mustard or something like that. Like, that's my excuse as to why I'm using that fuel type. It apparently does 17 miles per gallon, so it's not actually that much more efficient than the Family Guy car now. Which I built last stream, I did. So we've got manifold size. I mean, making that larger seems to be giving me more power. It's some way to build a car. I do wonder if it sounds good. It does, yeah, it does indeed. I did see that. It's got the French fryer, which is, if I go back here, that's why I wanted to give it a 5-litre engine. Because, canonically, it has a French fryer. And I looked, the commercial ones are supposedly 3 to 5 litres in size. So that's why I wanted to get a 5-litre engine. It just seems like it's kind of fitting. Because, you know, they're both measured in litres. I might as well try and match it up there, canonically. How does a 90-degree fit, I wonder? Actually, a 90-degree engine fits better than a smaller one. I can actually even put that in. Oh no, I can't. It's impossible to fit the engine in, apparently. It really doesn't like me putting this engine in this tiny car. I wonder why. I mean, as long as I don't go below 3 litres, I can kind of still call it a commercial deep fat fryer, so... Okay, so how large can I even get this thing? I wonder if some kind of fuel injection is smaller. 4.5. So it's not the smallest. So mechanical fuel injection, that is larger. Multi-point, larger. Direct injection is also larger. So that's the smallest I can get this engine. Unless I'm being stupid and a 60-degree engine can fit larger in. It can. Okay, that was a waste of my time. I'm just being completely dumb and wasting time on adding stuff that doesn't need to be added. Or taking stuff that doesn't need to be taken. It's 4.9 litres now anyway. I do want to, if I can, I do want to actually add that engine, but I'm not so sure I'll be able to do it. But I would like to kind of add that in. I guess I should focus more on actually having the thing work, though, so to speak. So we've got 175-ish horsepower, which isn't bad. Does balance shafts help? At this point, I could just remove complicated bits there if it still makes the power and stuff. Although it does lower the RPM, so, I mean, I'm probably better off doing that. Yeah. I mean, I waste too much time with what I'm doing now. Like, I need to learn how to use my time better. I have thought of, for the art stuff, I have thought of trying to get it working on YouTube and Twitch, but I'll have to do some tests with the bitrate. Because I might be able to run the bitrate lower than I have been doing and still have the stuff watchable. But I have to test it a little. Because I do want to, like, dual stream ideally, but my internet doesn't like that. So if I can just run a lower bitrate, I might be able to get away with it. 4200 RPM. 174.8. I mean, I've tried to get close to a 5-litre deep vat fryer, but this body just does not fit a very big engine, so I am just restricted by the game's limitations there. And if I go with a longer body, or a longer wheelbase, it just doesn't, if I go with a longer wheelbase on this vehicle, it doesn't suit the kind of rounded off burger body that well at all. 175.2 horsepower. I mean, this car isn't powerful. Actually, this makes less power than the Family Guy vehicle. That made about 190. But it's generally better overall, even if the power is less. For handling, should I say. Yeah, devices are weird sometimes like that. I mean, I've got this flip phone, and for a while, this Android flip phone, it would open YouTube, but it would take about a day to do anything. But it would open YouTube, and it would play videos. Because it's like this obscure Korean flip phone from 2017. Which did have Android and touchscreens and stuff. It's just no one in the UK or US ever got them new. So I can see how the Burgermobile sounds, or Patty Wagon. Yeah. I mean, honestly, this is... Yeah, that's very quiet. But I mean, honestly, it's not even just a case of being cheap now. With this whole Rampocalypse, with the AI stuff, like, making everything expensive, I won't be buying a new video card for my art PC. As much as I would love one of the RTX 3050s. In this current financial situation the whole world is in, I just can't afford to do that when the one I've got works fine. So it's like, you know, I guess we're all trying to survive. I say that as if I don't have a second PC with 32 gigabytes of RAM. Well, I guess a third, because this is a gaming PC. Yeah, I just have a lot of hoarded stuff from years have gone by, and now everyone wants RAM. I actually have the valuable stuff immediately. So, how quick is this? I think the Family Guy vehicle did just under 10 seconds, 0 to 60, and this is 5.2, so maybe even quicker if I tune it correctly. This is very fast. Mainly because it doesn't weigh anything. It weighs like, to be fair, it's a burger. So yeah, no, I don't think you're gonna be able to eat all my RAM. To be honest, I think it's only the AI companies. They scare me. I feel like they're gonna come to my door and say I owe them RAM or something, because I have too much of it, and I'm supposed to subscribe and download more RAM. I don't know. I don't think I will download more RAM. I learned not to click emails and stuff. And then there's a whole age verification stuff. I'm not going to click on a supposed Microsoft age verification on my email because I don't follow links on email like that. It's just crazy how they try and say this stuff is normal. I'm not entering personal details from just a random email, even if it supposedly is from Microsoft. Like, I don't know, it just makes me long for 2013 again. The way everything is going. Because everything was so much simpler in 2013. You didn't even have cars that, like, spied on you and reported all your information back to the manufacturers. Can you imagine? I could raise it up. You know what, I don't think that's actually that far off canon. If I make the patio wagon a little taller. Just have to find the info. No, actually, the patio wagon, I think, sits fairly low to the ground. Because sportiness. So I was thinking raise it up. No, the patio wagon actually has to be really low. It's a sport wagon. I don't know, like lowering it down. Not quite the full way, but about 180, maybe. I'm trying to find like where it looks correct, and I'm also making Minecraft Squidward noises. Otter. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's got like 175 horsepower now. It's not quick, but the engine wasn't fitting, and I want a large engine, and I've had to keep it overhead cam, so I can't just use a cop out and go push rod. I am going to need to do... it's going to need a wooden floor, I think. That's something I need to add. That's... somehow, even with the full patty body, it's still lower than the original car. Which is interesting. Otter, all of the otters. The otters are not put in the slot machine yet, though, somehow. That's totally not me giving people ideas. Totally not. So that can get a little smaller. I think if we go... yeah, it needs some lettuce like sticking out as well. There should be wood somewhere. Unfortunately, I don't have an exclamation point cheese. I could actually do that in Stream Elements, though. I could add, I think that's somewhat like it's got. But I could add something in Stream Elements where you put exclamation point cheese and it just, like, spams a load of cheese emojis. That would actually be pretty easy to do. Oh, some shiny wood. I don't think it's shiny in the show, though. So, it's kind of a brown wood colour. I mean, that looks fairly accurate. I'd ideally want planks as leather. That looks somewhat close, but it's too shiny. I mean, then there's the wood dark, which that looks kind of close. You never slot the water puppy. But they make money. I did put blue in the... I did put a blue square in before to represent me gambling Sonic. Because there was actually a picture of Sonic in the patty wagon. And one thing led to another, and Sonic gets gambled. So we've got... that's the floor. I'm going to need some lettuce stuff. So I think basic cube. No, that's not what we want there. We want the circle one there, the cylinder. But I didn't make a new thing, so basic shapes. Why am I getting put in the slots? I'm just trying to build a paddy wagon, and the paddy wagon needs to go in the slots. The paddy wagon does apparently need to go in the slots now, according to me. I don't even know where I came up with that. That's a way of putting it to the side, I guess. Don't want to overlap the cheese too much. Can bring that up a little. Yeah, I hired monkeys a very long time ago on the other account. I think, I don't know, simultaneously I was still obsessed with Core 2 Duos even back then, so yeah. I don't know, it's like somehow it was 2006 and then suddenly Core 2 Duos are 20 years old. Okay, so there is I don't know, I can tilt it that way because why not? This is not very good lettuce I am making. And I've also put that in the wrong place. I mean, it doesn't look very much like lettuce, but just suspend your disbelief for one moment. It is definitely lettuce and cheese and not just a load of metal and stuff. I mean, if only I could get the engine actually done properly, but as I say, I'm not so sure I'll be able to. Can I rotate this? Probably. My mind's just like getting distracted. Oh, I've done something so dumb. I could make this a lot easier on myself. It's getting kind of warm because of this PC. Going like full attack on the fans and stuff. So I can mirror these and it'll make everything so much easier because I won't have to redo everything on each side. I can just do it on one side. If only I'd thought to do this though before I started adding loads of them. Okay, they are mirrored now on the front. Yeah. This I don't think this burger's going to be that edible, to be quite honest. I don't think it's going to be very tasty. I imagine, actually, the funny thing is, I imagine actual Krabby Patties are going to probably be made with the absolute cheapest materials, well, not materials, ingredients ever. So, I don't know. I feel like that, what was it? There's also Krabby-O Mondays, I think they called it. And like, they basically brainwashed Squidward into being this corporate drone. Much like Disneyland. I don't know. I can't say that on stream. Disney might sue me. And Disney has a lot of money, and they need even more by suing me. Nah, no one's as scary as Nintendo lawyers. That's kind of snapped to the middle, but I think it's okay. Like, it doesn't look too off. I'm going to need to do something on top of here as well. Is the standard body still taller? Yeah, this is like a really tall body. I fear this thing's going to just tip over. But at least if it does tip over, it's going to be somewhat accurate to an actual paddy wagon. I also feel like I could probably make the tyres narrower and still have this thing somewhat drivable. I don't know. Yeah, sue me for my whole existence. I mean, I don't know. If this... yeah, if only Daniel was real and had his slime shape-shifting powers and stuff. I tell you, like, slimes are the most powerful fictional creatures ever. It's just they're not sentient. If they have a human level of sentience, then humanity is doomed because they literally can't be killed unless you hit them in a very specific location where the core is. So if you can't find the core of a slime, they're impossible to kill. I mean, yeah, you can put them in fire and all that, but then they could probably just evade it. As I say, like, without human levels of sentience, maybe a little underpowered, but once they start thinking and reacting like humans... So there's our salad. Like the... Or I would say salad, it's a sad, like that one Spongebob episode. SpongeBob made us sad because it was what was it? Because it was Krusty Krab being under the management of his daughter. Slime. Yeah, I mean, like, it makes sense though, because I think the character, that blue character is officially a shapeshifter, if I remember correctly. It does make sense. I could see it being a thing. And then one in the middle. And there is our salad. Of sorts. Somehow it doesn't look that appetizing. I've made like the least appetizing burger, I think. But it does have wood in it, as per the actual law. I mean, there's a lot of details, and as I say, compared to the Family Guy vehicle, there's actually a lot of stuff on here, which is already done for me, which makes the whole job a lot easier. So if we go the cylinders, I do think I just need to get them wherever it is. Basic cube, half cylinder, quarter cylinder, okay. So if I make that smaller, that is latching to the middle in a way I don't quite want it to. So we can go extend that out. I mean, this isn't perfect. I guess the salad being what it is kind of contributes to it still looking somewhat okay, but... Is that, yeah, I think it needs lowering. So if I mirror this, I can do that. I think the side of a paddy wagon is smaller than this, but I could just call it the Patty Estate because it's mine. It's the English version. I have now claimed it. This is now my paddy wagon. So we can extend that out. I mean, there's some kind of paddy wagon here. So we've got that. I mean, I've tried to make it mechanically as good as I can. Or as accurate as I can, should I say. It does need sesame seeds, which I haven't added. But it really does, I think, need them to complete the idea that this is a paddy wagon, for better or worse. So, where is the... No, I need to change the shape, I think. An 8th overloid. There's that, I mean... I need half of that, I think, which seems to be this one. Lower that into place. I mean, I don't think it's, like, noticeable too much what is off about this. I think at least you can look at it and see it as some kind of paddy wagon. Lower that one into place. I mean, I feel like those shiny bits are not working. Yeah. Why is Maxwell getting put in the slots? What did Maxwell do to be gambled? Oh, this is mirrored. That makes things actually a lot easier on my end here. There we go. How am I going to add the sesame seeds? I have got the wooden floor, though. I feel like I should have probably put the floor a bit lower down, but anyway. I mean, it is how it is now. I could try and get the image up. 5 by kicking the machine. Wait, why is Maxwell and Sonic are apparently able to win the slot machine, which is interesting enough. Yeah, I need the video of it if I can find where I'll put it. There we go. I'll try and bring it up on the stream in a moment because it does have some extremely important information on the dashboard. So if we go display capture. There we go. Like that is that shows a lot about the interior and what we can have to. Yeah. But why does Maxwell have to go? Maxwell's got in far too many automation cars. I would like to see actually if there was a dog mod in automation. That would be pretty interesting. Then we could have a car full of dogs as well as just Maxwell's. But anyway, as I was saying, the interior of this is, from that one shot alone, there's quite a bit detailed. And that's just one shot of it. There's like, there's a lot of them. There's also a fork pedal. So that's a thing. I do feel like I should make it rear-wheel drive though, because there are actually shots of it spinning up the wheels, so it wouldn't spin up the wheels if the thing had a lot of grip. I guess you could say pickles don't have much grip. These pickles have a lot of grip though. I think we go to engine. Rear-wheel drive. The brakes are suffering from severe brake fade. It is impossible to... Wait a minute. No, it just doesn't like fitting the engine in. It's telling me the engine is not able to fit in the car. So how high can I go before it like says basically engine will not fit? Looks like that's for limitation. I'm sure this is smaller than it was letting in before. How large is it? 172. It's still making some power, albeit not a lot. It only makes slightly more than my Citroen with a near 5-litre engine, and mine has a 2-litre engine, so should say what you need to know. I do need to do a BRB though, because I need toilets, so yeah, gonna need to put the text in on my very lazy attempt. So where is it? The text tool. My very lazy attempt. I will be a moment. I'm back. Is Brooks Rational Barbecue out of SpongeBob or something? I don't know, it seems like it could be something. This is... it's not a complete patty wagon. Okay, so there's a windscreen. I've got to focus on the core stuff that I missed out. Well, there's a windscreen in some pictures and some there isn't. See the gallery. That's interesting because I'm sure some of them don't have the windscreen on some like images of it. There's the engine or the fryers. What I could do is I could do a version with like some engine, but that's glass. I don't know. Sounds like a lot of work though. I only have so much stream time that I can build the entire car in. There is the headlights. If I can remember which end of this thing is the front. Oh yeah, I put that fan on. So I've got a visual cue, that's the back. I could also put the body back on. How is that body so tall though, that even with the patty fully built, it's lower down? So I'm gonna need it's got kind of a curved, it's got a whole curved body, which is maybe not gonna be the easiest to imitate. And it's also snapped to the side, so there's limitations to what I can manage here. we don't work around these paths. There is a burger of sorts. Slightly mutated burger. It's a second person here. I feel like I'm missing a reference. It's probably supposed to be a really obvious reference as well, and I'm still missing it. That is some kind of burger. It does need headlights. I think, do functional headlights. That's actually one of the easier things to do. I also put text there, which I don't need. So what have I got that might be, there's one of these that, I think this might be it. So if I go, yeah, it's on 3D. These will just mirror as well, so it'll be super easy. Otter, yes. There is, there's lights now. Anyway. And I need a windscreen, which is indeed canonical. Need the... I think it's more like a silver. So I need like some kind of, oh, grey maybe. I can make the entire lights out of glass, so that's something. Add paint, don't want much flake. That's Ford colour today. I don't know, it looks like he's got some flake to it even. But I couldn't say for sure. Actually, if I go... I think it works better off just not having any kind of, what do you call it? Flake or anything. The most unhinged vehicle. I'm trying to think. I don't know exactly. There was the what's it? Civetta, not Civetta. I'm confused with BeamNG. It was something V16T. It was like a supercar, and it had dual sets of pop-up headlights. I'll try and find it. Cizetta, that was it. Cizetta Moroder V16T. It had two sets of pop-up headlights on the front. I think it had a V16 and a turbo and all that, as you can imagine. I'd say that's quite unhinged, but gloriously crazy all at the same time. So there's our headlights on it, anyway. Hopefully Spongebob would drive. There's also the wheels aren't attached, as per canon. So there is the... somewhere there's got to be windscreen. Just try and match it up to the image. I kind of have an idea. I think we need some kind of 3D shape. The endoskeleton of a burnt car. I mean... I don't know. I guess if it's got no hinges, it could be quite unhinged. Oh, wait, there's these things. I've had an idea. If this works, If this actually works, it's a dumb idea. I am fully aware of that much, but if I can remove like most stuff here, for example, and just keep the windscreen, actually flip it the other way around as well, because I know it's technically going to be the back window, but it doesn't matter, because when this is done, if it works as I'm hoping, it'll just be fine. So we can remove that, make it transparent, in other words. Transparent there. Make all this stuff transparent. I think I'm making pretty good use of this mod for doing something it was never meant to be for. Oh, so that's okay. That's not working as I'd hoped, but I may be able to find something that will. Okay, see you, Elena. I will be trying to do art either tomorrow or the day after. If my PC works, that is, because, I don't know, having a few minor issues. There's it's a Cadillac. This might work. Didn't think I would be using a Cadillac to build a patty wagon, but okay. So we'll go make that transparent. Make all of these transparent. Because I don't need the whole thing here, I just need the windscreen. And then we've got this stuff. I think we can remove that. Maybe. Yeah, we can. This one is working. Remove the windscreen wipers, because the patty wagon doesn't need them. The patty wagon is above windscreen wipers. I mean, if Cadillac stuff works, I guess. Can rotate that. The object is larger though. I keep kind of forgetting that. I mean, it's not 100% canonical windscreen shape, but I think it can be convincing enough. So we'll go make that, make it glass. I think I might have had glass, yes. I mean, the whole thing is going to be glass, pretty much. There we go. The patty wagon has a windscreen of sorts. That kind of fits. And it's still going to be lower. Much lower, because the patty wagon is a sports car, of course. I don't know, though, if I have to do something else, because the body is not, that is, like, just hiding it temporarily, I think. Miscellaneous engine, body. Actually, yeah, I'm thinking. Okay, I think I know what to do here. Because I think this body will be here when I export it if I don't remove it. But what I should be able to do, I should just be able to go to transparent and then this thing will be properly invisibilized. Can't say for certain about the chassis, but it should all work still. Windows, they can also be transparent. And there'll be trim here. This stuff can all be transparent. As can the underbody. That should work now. Like, the body is there, but it should all be transparent and it shouldn't be too noticeable that there is a body underneath all of this. I think a basic chassis as well might be a good option for just making sure it's all hidden. Because if I can't see the basic chassis there, I know it's definitely gone and hidden. The exhaust, that can also be transparent. I mean, I don't know where the exhaust is going to come out. I thought I could, just to make it look like the engine is smoking, I could, like, put the exhaust in the front. I mean, I guess there would be steam coming off the deep vat fryers that are under the bonnet, so it wouldn't be entirely inconceivable. Like, if the exhaust's going to come out anyway somewhere, I mean, like... The exhaust tip. I could probably just put a fairly standard dual exhaust tip on here. Shouldn't need much more than this. Like, that won't do much. It'll just, basically, if, like, steam's going to come off the deep vat fryer, this makes sense of, like, the whole exhaust thing. And the exhaust itself shouldn't show, so... I mean, the exhaust is in there, but I think it's all the engine and stuff is just completely hidden, so no one's going to see it. I mean, there is going to be the engine and stuff. Not the engine, the seats and stuff need doing. So, 4.7. This is still pretty quick. I can try doing a few different stuff to try and get a little extra performance out of it. It's going to be faster than the Family Guy car. It's just a lot more sporty, which I didn't think I would say about a burger, but here we are. 0.7. And the springs and lifters, they can also be adjusted. I mean, there's VVL. I wonder if I could get anything out of the VVL. I can apparently get a lot out of it, but... Okay, apparently the variable valve lift, that can make incredible power, which surprises me, quite frankly. Now, I don't want it to make, like, astounding power or anything. The brakes are suffering severe brake fade, naturally. I mean, the thing revs higher, but it makes such incredible power. Lower the compression. $224.9. I mean, I don't know. Like, okay, it's impossible to fit the engine if I put any larger fuel injection in. I can lower the fuel map, which will make it more efficient, but lower power, which is kind of what I want. I mean, just generally, I can go less aggressive on the timing as well, because power isn't important per se. I just want to make this thing actually decently efficient. So it's not going to be aggressive at all. Only the valve lift needs to be somewhat set up for... I guess, would you say low end? No, I think it like kicks in at some point. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna kick in, but I want it to be a little less dramatic, I think, at least on the torque curve. Yeah, so 2300. How if I lower that? I think there's gonna be a point at which, like, the kick of this is too much. Like, the torque particularly, it just really kicks in, and that's not particularly pleasant. $206.9. I mean, I think that's keeping the torque somewhat reasonable, but there is a weird dip. And I can't do a whole lot about that. So 207.5. High end stays about the same. Yeah, 2300 there, and then I can try adjusting the compression a little. Like, it's not making crazy power, but it's making more than it did. Because this is a sports car. Or a muscle car, I don't know, one of the two. That's actually fixing the torque curve a little. It doesn't look as bad when I lower the compression, interestingly enough. I can try adjusting the valve lift and stuff to see if I can get anything out of it after this. Power curve is solid. The torque curve is less solid. Does it still like that RPM? Yes, it does. The RPM has to be the best it can be, I think. Nope, still wants 2300. I didn't think I would be doing all this fine-tuning on a burger of all things, but it plays out as it does, I guess. Lower that. Okay. I feel fairly happy with this. Just a few minor exhaust tweaks and stuff. It's easily making enough power. It could probably make a little more power if I'm honest. But I don't want it to be too fast, because canonically I know this is not supposed to be that far off a Mark 1 Mustang. As we know from one random Flash game, that is now canon as to how fast this thing is actually going to be. I mean, I could lower the exhaust size. Now, that's going to hit power, but I don't think it needs all that much. And if it does fix the lower end, like, grunt of the thing... Okay, 202. But now just, as I say, just a few final little tweaks to get this to actually work. It's got some very strong low end, I can say that now. Like, it doesn't rev out particularly high, but where it does rev, power is generally quite solid. The torque is a little more stable than it was, but the VVL is... The VVL gets me incredible amounts of power, but at the same time, there's limits to how I can actually use it, because it does kick in. And when it does kick in, it can, like, cause some trouble with the torque power curve, but generally work out on the long run. Adjust the compression. I've taken this a little too far, I think. I mean, hey, it makes just over 10 horsepower more than the Family Guy vehicle. And it's apparently impossible to fit the engine, honestly. Like, when did that become a thing? Is it... No? It's not the balance shafts and stuff. I mean, the tiny but wide body that I have gone with has affected this a little. So that has, yeah. The engine is now fitting. Somehow I've only ended up getting a 4.8 litre engine. It just got smaller along the lines, but we're making sufficient power easily for what this vehicle is. I mean, it's got a 5 litre V8, so I could, if I really wanted to, get a lot more out of this. But it doesn't... I don't want it to be too quick for a patty wagon. Mainly that, and I think it's on like 145 width tyres. There's only so far I can push this. Okay, that's as high as I can rev it. The crankshaft does not want to rev any higher. But I could maybe make it rev higher. At this point, it's fine. It's not going to blow up. It's still revving like below the 4600 it can take. I think I might finish that playlist for music. So I'll have to try and find something else. This thing is pretty quiet. I've got like no muffling on it at all because for some reason, when I make a V8, it never makes any kind of noise. This one actually does make a noise, so I could say that's something useful about it. It's just usually my V6s are so insanely refined that they don't make any noise. So I'll find some Forza Motorsport 4 music, I think. Seems about fitting. This should do. Seems like the right thing for this point. I mean, I don't know if it's going to kick in a bit louder. It is going. 145, 145. It weighs under 800 kilos, so this is an insanely lightweight patty. I say that, it's a massive burger. To be honest, if we see this as a burger, I think 800 kilos for a car-sized burger is maybe not as far off as it would appear to be. So I'm gonna need the bench seat, I think, because I did see there was a bench seat in this car that looks kind of close to what there is. I have invisibilized the body, so I made everything transparent. That is not going to show in automation now, as sometimes it would if you didn't put enough attention into it. So, the seat. It's in, like, antique benches or something like that. So, that's the... Yes, I think it's one of these, if I remember correctly. I mean, there's like 4 pieces on the seat, so I could get one of these working. I wasn't originally thinking of using these parts, but I don't know, maybe it could work better. I could definitely make it a distinct 2-seater with these, I think, if I wanted to, which will make sense in a moment. I do have to check the coloration of these seats is correct. But I don't know, the backrests are not... Backrests do not line up. But the original one I was thinking of... Yeah, the original one I was thinking of was in here. Like, this is... I know, it feels like a cop-out because of just how easy it is to use. But there's not much else I can actually put in that would just work. Oh dear. And I'm also kind of dragging it into the wrong place. That will do. It is on 3D mode. Like, I think this will have to be made a little larger. At least in a couple of regards. I feel like the floor is too high, but at this point, it'll be kind of too much effort to try and change that much. So if we move that, and then probably squish it down a little. It's a cartoon vehicle. I mean, it's never going to be 100% realistic. No matter what I do with the seats and stuff. I do want it to look more leathery, though, because it's described as, like, leather burger or something. I don't know. So we've got that. It has got a wooden floor, canonically, so I have catered for that in a very low-effort way. So it looks like it's a very reddish colour, which I think I tried that with the burger, actually, down there. In fact, if it's supposed to look like that, I think that's actually what I used for the burger lower down, so I might as well just run with that. It makes sense. Enough sense, at least, should I say. It's got a Cadillac windshield, because of course, we need a Cadillac windshield on a paddy wagon. I literally just took the Cadillac roof line, but because it's a convertible, you can do that, and it just doesn't show the rest of it, and no one's any the wiser. Oh dear, I've gone and selected that wrong. bring that back a little. There we go. I mean, it is a burger cart of some description. It is body on frame, it has a V8, of course. Almost a 5 litre, which is a larger deep fat fryers, apparently. So that's why it would make sense. And it shows something that vaguely resembled a V8, so I'm going to run with that. There is the interior. Which it does... I don't know if there's any in this, like, not slideshow, in this gallery thing. But I will see what there is. I did see on the video clip, definitely, there was like a fork as the main accelerator pedal. I'm just thinking, actually, I was thinking this is an auto. If this has 3 pedals, which it may have, that would actually make this a manual. I mean, I'll have to have a look here. Because I do feel like it actually showed... I feel like it showed 3 pedals. I'll just have a look. Yeah, it showed 3 pedals, which would be brake, accelerator, and a clutch. It could be inaccurate, or it could be like a turbo pedal or something. I really don't know. But 3 pedals would have the idea that this is a manual. But it doesn't seem to be. The only way... There's one way I could feasibly do it, and that's paddle shift. But it doesn't show any kind of gear shifter. So I am not sure. The only way I could do it, which kind of makes any kind of sense, is just buttons on the steering wheel, on the left and right of the steering wheel to change gear. Like, that's the only way you could practically have an automatic without any kind of shift mechanism. And I know it's not, like, 100% ideal, but that way would tie it together, and I know they probably didn't think of that at all, but it's a way that I could definitely tie this into making the whole thing work. Has also got the... It shows here, actually. It's like the, what do you call it? Soda cup thing? Shifter. So there is a shifter. But I didn't see it. Okay. It is a manual. Canonically, then, that settles it. From what I'm seeing, bits here and there, they may not have filled them in on every shot. But it is definitely a manual. I mean, I don't think I can really contest that. Also, the dashboard... shows as being silver. Like, this is important stuff here. I think the dashboard on the close-ups is silver, so... The bench seat also does have a few details, but I don't think I'll bother with them. It is burger coloured. Yeah, I think the dashboard is silver, although it doesn't show it, but in the really close-up shots early on, it does show the dash as being silver. I mean, it's got the pickle wheels, which I've emulated about as best as I can. Just floating pickle wheels. That are not attached to anything, but somehow have drive going through them. It's also got green dials with blue rims on them. I think also there is... I mean, you don't see the pedals a whole lot, but there is pedals there. There's definitely, like, canonical pedals. And as I say, 3 because it's... from what I'm seeing, it's clearly a manual. I was being dumb in seeing this is definitely an auto. No, it is a manual. Because, of course, like, there's enough canon details to prove to me the paddy wagon is a manual. And I have to kind of obey that in my own version. There's also the Krusty Krab flag, which is a thing. So I think, for the pedals, if I just type in pedals, I might just... take the easy way out and go with like an auto set of pedals and then add the specialized fork ones. Oh no, actually these. Okay, there's 3 here that I should be able to have a level of customization with, which is nice. I think if we do that, it's just somehow weird, because if I show this body, which I don't think I can right now, I can go back here. It's this one. This, like, weird 2000s van body. And it actually showed there, didn't it? Like, that's the actual body, which I've made invisible, so you don't see it. But that body is very much there, and it does affect a few things. Nothing that's really crucial. I could actually use that as a gear shifter, I think. But I won't do that now. So we have got that. That can go down. We can lower that. I mean, I don't know what colour it is. It looks almost like rusty iron for the pedal colour, which is maybe not showing on the stream all that well, but to me it looks like some rusty red iron, and I don't really want that, but we've got, so I think it's like accelerator, brake, clutch. I think in pretty much all cultures it's accelerator, brake, clutch going outwards from the middle. So in the UK it would be accelerator, brake, clutch. In the US it would be accelerator, brake, clutch. It basically like travels outwards from the middle. So brake is going to be the middle one. And I'm going to try and emulate that as closely as I can. Just try and, I have to try and find like the one, over 1 or 2 frames where it actually does show the pedals to see what colours they are and stuff. And then we've got the fork one. There's a lot of like little details I don't intend to go fully through with, but I will still try and get the colours correct. Okay, so he's got these kind of bamboo, it looks like. And I've also got that on my screen. Like, the window just automatically resizes for the browser to go across both screens for some random reason. Anyway, we need to get like the bamboo, hopefully. And the pedals themselves actually just look like fairly generic black ones, so we could make them carbon fibre, honestly. But I think it's more like rubber texture kind of thing, so glossy plastic would do the job. It has to just be like some kind of rubber or plastic or something. I'll just go with glossy plastic because it aligns closely enough. And things like the pedals, if I spend too long on them, I'll just burn my time. So clutch pedal, there we go. I don't know if they're exactly accelerator, brake and clutch. It looks similar. And then we've got here, as I say, I can align the colour. I'll have to see, if I have a bamboo colour, I have no real excuse. Yes, there is indeed bamboo. So it's not like going to be 100% accurate, but given that there is a bamboo material, I feel it would just be wrong of me to not actually even try and do that. Like, it doesn't match perfectly, but if the colour is appropriate because it's naturally bamboo pedals, I can try this. So then we'll have accelerator. The pedals all look like scrunched to the side. I feel like they're not that much to the side in the actual paddy wagon. In fact, I feel like, I mean, it's a very lazy way of doing it, but I can just like copy and drag that. Because I do feel like there's a curve there that's quite natural, and I can also use that to align the pedals. As long as they're like vaguely in front of the seat. Now, one of these has to be a fork, so I can either make a fork if I absolutely have to for the pedals, or I can just use one. Or use something that at least looks vaguely like a fork. So if I go fork, no, there's nothing coming up for fork. So this is going to be invisible. Yeah, there we go. I don't know, there's no bolts, so I don't know. I'm just going to suppose it's hot glued down. There's no bolts on any of the pedals, actually, now I think about it. So I'm just going to make these glossy plastic, and because it's things like just changing the colours is something so easy to do that it would be amiss to me not even to try doing that much. So fork, I'll see what I've got in like 3D items. It's leaf springs, I don't think they're going to be that much use. I think if I aligned this up correctly, I could do a very basic fork. I think I might use, if I can find it, I could use cylinders maybe? Which will make more sense in a moment. It's going to just be a very like cartoony, curvy fork type design. It has also gone invisible. This needs to be some kind of silver. I'll just go with steel. Steel should work for the time being. It's like a default colour. So we will go make that smaller. The key thing here is to just align this, and then the rest of the fork should kind of fall into place. Don't want it to be too large, but it like just kind of has to fall in line with that. So I think if I go and try and pivot this into the wheel, it's supposed to be able to mouse click and it focuses on something. There we go. Like middle mouse click. So we can maneuver that. And then we can make that smaller. Make it smaller that way as well. I think if I make that a little smaller, and then we'll be finally getting here. Now we're not going to want this to be as large. At least that way. And then this will be going like wider out here. Actually, I can move that back, I think, and still have it usable. Very cartoony pedal, but I feel, as I say, this whole thing isn't going to be 100% accurate in terms of interior, but it's such a detail. It looks like a sword now. But I mean, it's such a detail to get this aligned up. I can't just mirror this, unfortunately, because it's just not going to line up if I try that. I can just drag that down, I guess, and maybe make it a little smaller on the edges. That is a fork. I don't think many people will contest that looks vaguely enough like a fork. I could make the end a little taller, but at this point it works. It doesn't completely match the original, but, you know. I imagine if you stepped on that in the wrong way, though, it would actually really hurt your foot. It doesn't seem very practical, but it's a cartoon vehicle, so it is how it is. I mean, I could try and do the steering wheel, so it actually works. I don't know. Now, there is a shifter, as I say. This thing is a manual, so I do mechanically have to also change it to a manual. I don't know if there's any set number of gears, though, that this would have. I could see if there's any markings on the picture at all. There probably isn't, to be quite honest, nor could I ever expect there to be. It looks like... I'd guess it's a 4-speed. I don't know. Something about it just says 4-speed manual. I don't know exactly what it is, I'll be honest here. But something about it says there's 4 gears, about how the gear shifter is canted. And I know it's not going to mean all that much. Because I'm just guessing at this point, but a 4-speed manual seems somewhat practical for what the vehicle is. I mean, like, I've learned the Paddy Wagon is a manual here. It's pretty quick as well, 4.4 seconds, something with, what, 200-ish horsepower. This isn't slow, I guess because it's lightweight, but still. I mean, the weight balance isn't great. I was saying before as well, I think I want to make it rear-wheel drive. It's got to be able to spin the wheels up. So we have got 757 kilos, 59% front, which is bad, yes. I do think I should give it some downforce. This thing is supposed to handle better than an original Mustang, according to that one Nickelodeon Flash game, so I think it's not going to be that bad for cornering, supposedly. I mean, if we go... I think front and rear aero, and because of the way this is constructed, I can hide a smaller front and rear ring quite well, so OEM spoilers should be pretty small. I do not know if that's correctly mounted. I don't know, because I just feel like I'm not going to be able to understand that, at least. At least if I do this... Oh, okay. I think I know what's going on here. It's because the default colour has become matte. So if I make it just matte, or make it glossy plastic, at least I can see it there to, you know, manoeuvre it into place and such. And I've added, I've grabbed the wrong thing. So we have got that. I mean, I could literally just lower it under the seat. No one's going to know that's there. I kind of want it to be on the correct end of the car, though. Or the patty, I guess you could say. Like, I could do so much to try and make the wing actually look cool, but ultimately the thing is supposed to be a burger. It just has to be functional, but hidden. That way we can have aero. I mean, the under tray is interesting because I could say, I think I'd just say fully clad because it's like completely smooth underneath. Like, that makes the most sense. Although it's going to be heavier. I don't think the thing's got any weight issues to begin with, so I think we should be fine. No idea where this is, because mainly it's not even the right colour to move. As I say, I'm just making it plastic for now. That helps. It helps make it easier to move out the way when that needs to be the case. Just can help me adjust it in the future if I ever need to. If it's a massive black piece of plastic, it's easier to grab, easier to move around, easier to potentially get rid of. All I have to do is find it in the part menu. So we have got summary and aerodynamics, okay. So we have got no active aero, no cooling flaps, probably don't need them. I'll put cooling flaps on just because I'll make sure this thing doesn't overheat, so it doesn't seem like a terrible idea to have them on. Because I think that is more to do with engine cooling. I don't think I need an active wing. In fact, I think I just want to know where the aero is being made constantly. Now, the weight balance is bad, so yeah. Just that's maxing out the aero as it is. 100 front rear, and it gives me 23 kilos front, 84 kilos rear. I think that's pretty solid. Like, this thing does not need aero. But canonically, I think it's supposed to corner pretty good. So if I didn't put aerodynamic parts on, I wouldn't be able to honour that. Now, as I say, I think the dashboard is supposed to be silver. We have done the fork. So I could just do the same thing, steel colour, I think it is. And that should be easier. So we have got to go back to 3D, or interior 3D possibly. Now what dashes do we have that maybe resemble it? I think if it's something particularly like curved, there is, oh yeah, there's a shifter. So let's see what shifters there are. There's race kit shifters. It's got like some spirally rubber stuff, so I mean, I don't know, like there's an 80s shifter and a 90s shifter somewhere. I don't know exactly where it is, but I can try and find it. Radio Pack 3, that looks like it's got some shifters. I just need a fairly ordinary manual shifter, but one which maybe matches up a little better visually. Because as I say, I can't get this 100%, but it's like the bamboo colour on the pedals. I've tried to add a little something to, you know, make sure it's fairly decent at reference in the original. I'm not seeing a handbrake lever. So that's something that maybe I could add. I don't know. That is a pedal, not a shifter. They're 80s and 90s. I feel like if I can play my cards right here, technically the vehicle is a 2004, even if it doesn't look like it. But I'm just trying to think. I think that 90s one is a bit closer than the 80s one, honestly. Like, it's never going to be accurate. I guess there's also the case of, like, 4-speed, so that doesn't show gears. Oh, I mean, to be fair, there is no listed, like, 3-4-speed, any of that stuff. There's none of the 3 or 4 speed type stuff listed, so on the listing, I'm sorry, my head is not working. There's no 3 or 4 speed type things listed on the actual shift knob or the drinks container, I guess you'd call it. That looks massive, but that's just a normal size. There is also like, it looks like a chassis tunnel of sorts, which it sits on top of. So before I even try resizing that, I'm going to have to go in 3D a lot, which is apparently my friend here. Base extended. I'm seeing something that I could try and do here. So we've got, it's like a very curved thing. There's a dually, I think there's like a pickup truck dually thing is probably as close I'm actually going to get if I can find where that is. Not quite that, there we go. Well, it's not what I was looking for, but seems like this could be a option. Ah, there we go. So this is a number of like advanced shapes and stuff, which is also for some reason starting on default as the transparent one. This is going to be steel, which we are going to generally use, I feel. Then there can be, hopefully, the opportunity to rotate this wherever it has been. Not that one, not that one, it should be this one. I mean, as I say, this is the exact kind of shape, and I maybe won't get it 100% accurate, 100% perfect, but I'm trying to get as close as I can get to the actual law. I think there's also like 2 pieces that I can tie in, so that kind of goes into the seat. I do not think it's particularly wide. You have to fit 2, well, you have to fit 2 sea creatures technically in here, so that can't be too wide. It just has to be wide enough to, you know, house a transmission on top of everything else by the looks of it. I take everything too logically. It's a little burger, and I'm going across everything logic. Oh, the steering wheel column as well. I've just noticed. Of course, I would notice that much. Just as I say, I'm taking everything logically as well. I just show exactly how much of an issue it is. Can make this super long because it's going to go under the seat. You won't really see it way to the back, but I have no reason not to extend it. It won't hurt to do so. Because it's still going to be all within the bodywork. It just makes the thing a bit more complete, I feel. I don't know. I slightly messed that up. I'm just going to move that back like a few pixels to line it up. And there we go. That is our like central tunnel, as per the canon of the show, or movie technically. There is like a grid, not a grid, a piece it attaches to. I can probably leave that off. As I say, this shifter is not even 100% accurate, and I've grabbed the Cadillac windshield, and I'm pressing my Windows key as well. I thought I was... Actually, I'm on display capture. I thought I was on game capture where it wouldn't show that, but it did. Anyway, Control Z. So we've got that. I mean, I think I know what I can do here, so... It is a little further back, it's not right at the front. Now, I can remove this. This part can be transparent. I mean, there's kind of like a stem going up, what do you call it? But I can't, again, I can't do that because... That one's fine. Actually, if I make this a kind of steel colour. Okay, I can make this vaguely accurate. We'll make this transparent. There's a piece somewhere else. Okay, there's two bits of it here. We can go make them transparent, and there we go. So that's not quite the full metal column, but it'll tie in, I believe. I'm not so sure I could make an entire Spongebob, and even if I could, it would take too long. This needs to be. This also needs to be a silver colour for steel colour. There we go. Because it was too. That's odd. Partly it seems black. I think it's just the lighting in automation. Either that or it's not rendered properly. But it does have that propeller cannon, so canonically. I don't know about the tail lights. I've not looked yet. I just want to get the interior done at this point. And I do need to tune this. I think it is going to be a bit sporty. So, drink? No. I mean, failing all else, I could make it a Mountain Dew. Because I'm pretty sure I have that in a mod. There's a Maxwell. I mean, imagine having just Maxwell driving it. So, sides. I don't know what they are, honestly. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, truck flare. But I found a better piece, thankfully. There's brake calipers. Brakes. Ute tray. There's gauges. Truck gauges. Or one truck gauge. Could use that. But it would have to just ultimately fit in terms of colour and whatever. So, yeah, just replace it with one of them. Nah, I need to replace it with a actual kind of soft drink thing. Maybe it's an interior or 3D. I definitely have a few, and I think I have something very similar to what's in the film, movie, whatever. So, I just have to find where it is. There's actually a better shifter here, I think. Sequential. Ultimately, it doesn't matter what it says, though. That's even taller, but I don't think we need one that tall. This one is better. This one is definitely better, though. If I coloration this correctly, it even has a plate on the bottom, much like in the show. So me trying to adapt just a 90s shifter, this kind of race shifter is actually pretty accurate. Because it is mounted to a plate. It's not exactly the same, but there is definitely similarities there. All I have to do, that ball part on the top, I can hopefully change that. Or failing that, I could just put the thing over it. So it'll be one of these. Yeah, there we go. Remove that. We don't need it at the moment. Yeah, that's highly adaptable. I like. And then we've got this. Can be... I'll just make it glossy plastic. This probably is more of a wobber thing if you were to actually feel that in reality. Pretty close, I think. And then an accident that worked out, I think. We do need a dashboard, though. And I suspect the dashboard is going to be a bit of a pain to add. Because I think it, like, curves around the edge like that. There's a radio. This is actually exactly like the kind of cartoony radio, so I'll add that. Just add that there for now, because I think that's exactly what I need to add when it comes time to add a radio. There's also various steering wheels. I can return to that a little later. As I say, we need the additions. Wherever they might be. Yeah, that one looks a little more accurate there, that steering wheel. There is not a particularly sophisticated steering column, as you could probably imagine for a cartoon. So we have got cup holders. Ah, here we go. I mean, that's more of a coffee cup. But if I add the straw, I think I'll have this fairly close as a gear shifter. I mean, just try and line that up pretty well. I could try and rotate it. It looks like the straw is coming out the front somewhat. And I kind of want to align that with a mouth hole somewhat. Like, there's definitely some metal there. Like there is on here. I mean, I can't change the colour of that, but it's okay. It's not fully accurate, but it's the same kind of, like, takeaway fast food cup, so I think that'll work. Is there a straw? Not that's showing there. I cannot see one. I could just use a tube of some description, which would... It would be a way of adding it. I mean, there might be something I can use on 3D, even though it's technically not a straw. Yeah, there's some stuff here. It's an angled straw that kind of goes around a corner, but I could use a straight one, and I think it would still be recognisable as what it's meant to be. Yeah, I mean, like, there's actually a hollowed out tube, though, which I think is as good as I could have asked for from this game. I've put it down. I don't know where it is, but I'll put it down somewhere. Oh, I think I know where it is now. It's invisible. This stuff just be this stuff. So have I got... I mean, I used it somewhere. What have I got? Oh yeah, I've got the shine on the burger, which hasn't really worked out, if I'm honest. So as long as this, I think, can be made smaller in terms of the length and width, I should be fine. Might be able to make, or might need to, sorry, make it a little shorter, but aside from that, I can also center it because with where it's going, it makes sense. So yeah, I think I'm going to make that shorter. Make it a little smaller in the other respects as well. There we go. So that is supposed to be a straw. Maybe move it in a little. So we've got that. That is a shifter, which I think is accurate, about as accurate as can get in some kind of realistic time period. It's already been 2 hours 47. I just really want to get this thing together because I'm going to have to tune it as well. I've done the engine tuning, but there's a lot of tuning I haven't done. I think if I get the dashboard in, I should be okay to do something. The key is apparently a spatula. I mean, as I say, I found out the thing is a manual, so that's interesting. I made it a 4-speed, maybe not the most accurate, but I get the kind of vibe that it probably is a 4-speed. That's just how I feel it might be. But as I say, like, that surprised me. So what have we got in terms of 3D shapes? So I think 3D shapes is the best option for this job, as with most of a patty wagon, has not got sesame seeds. So I might just add some like little circular kind of objects in a white colour to try and simulate the idea. There is so I don't think it's tubular, for lack of a better term. I think it's I think it does, like, bend around. That's what I'm getting at, and... Where is this going? There we go. I mean, I don't know. It keeps making these objects invisible, which is not convenient, because I have no idea where they're going to lie when they're done. Daisy is the colour I used in the headlights. I could just make them steel, to be honest. Because steel isn't, like, particularly reflective to a point it wouldn't be realistic in a cartoon. Steel, it's just like a default colour, and I tried it, and, like, this actually works quite well. So I can go, like, stretch that out a little. I mean, I could probably use a simplified dash, to be honest, and it'll probably just be fine, but... kind of, I do think, as I say, it like twists, not twists, that's the wrong term, but I think it like bends around the corner a little. I might have a way of doing that actually. So I just copy this so I can get it like lined up a little better against the windscreen. There we go. I mean, it is a dashboard. I can't really move it back any further or it'll just obstruct the shifter. Because it's interesting, being like an American cartoon, I kind of expect this to be an auto, but it isn't. It's a manual. Because in America, autos are the predominant option. So maybe stupidly, I thought that they would be they'll be going for an automatic transmission. So if we move that, oh, it's made it transparent. Again, it's like, it's kind of disconcerting because I'm like, did it enter this properly? Yes, it did. It's just made it transparent for who knows what reason, why. We can try pivoting this. Then that can be shrunken. I am going to have to mirror this. Not absolutely perfect fitment, but I do think this is a decent enough reflection. I mean, we've got the all-important drink shifter and the fork pedal, which I think are some very important details here to making this what it is. I feel like the seat is just too long. Like, I could, if I were to change that a little, maybe not like change it too massively, but then I could shift the shifter back, perhaps. I don't know. Can I select multiple? No, I can't. Sometimes you can select multiple on programs with shift, like I do that with a Clip Studio, but you can't do that here. It supports some features that are just general program features. It doesn't support all of them. Either that or there's some very weird functions to select multiple fixtures. Or you have to like select on here or something. Either way, job done. This is where I want it to be. Just moved everything back a little. I think it looks more kind of fitting. So we have got, oh yeah, we've got the spatula shifter, or spatula, like, keyhole thing. Now, I'm not so sure I can get the whole spatula done. If there's a spatula in the game, but I can definitely get the slot it goes in. So we've got, I mean, we're going to need a slot somehow in a circle. Maybe if I could get, yeah, so we can get this again, which is turning out to be a little more useful than I suspected. I think I'll take a bit of a break. I'll put the steering wheel on, then I'll take a bit of a break from doing the interior and actually sort out the tune of this thing. Keep things broken up a little and make it more fun, I believe. Pretty sure a Family Guy car didn't take this long. Okay, so we're not looking for steel necessarily. It does look like more of a plasticky material. Yeah, matte plastic seems close. And there we go. Is that in the middle? It's next to the steering wheel. So it's not in the middle, but I think it's on the driver's side next to the steering wheel from what I can tell. I'm not making a cutout in that dash. That's just going to be too much work for me. But I will still put the steering wheel through it. So that is our slot. I mean, it has to be fairly large because a spatula's going in here. So yeah. I can do that. Now, this is where things are going to get awkward. I don't know if there's any peas there in that menu. I don't think there is. I think I have to go and get another one, and aligning this is going to be a bit of a nightmare, though I can try. So if I can find I need like a half of a circle kind of one. There we go. Gonna make this same plastic colour. We can rotate that in some sense of a way. Maybe that way. There we go. I do need to make the headlights that steel colour as well, but I also need to make the headlights a steel colour instead of that colour that's on them. I also need to make finish the spatula thing up. I'm not so sure this will be able to do the same thing as the Family Guy wagon, where that was able to just have the interior camera work for reasons I don't fully understand, but you know, I got in BeamNG Drive and it just worked on the interior camera. Sorry, I'm trying to just focus super hard on actually lining this up. So there is... Okay, so we've got that. Try dragging out a little, I think. Just so it's not centered, and then we can drag that one across if this works, as I am hoping. There we go. I can hopefully just do that and... No, okay. Well, that's a little too large. So if I go and I shrink that across ways, I should now be able to do it. Because it wasn't making a slot. The two were too close to each other. There we go. I'm not sure how... Well, it's never going to be perfect, but I'm not sure how well spaced it is necessarily. But it is there. I mean, it looks kind of a wonky thing. There we go. It is maybe a little larger than spatula sized, but I've done what I can. I mean, for better or worse, there is a slot there now. Now I do want to get the suspension tuned and stuff. I imagine this being more sporty. Like, we've got a manual transmission, it's very lightweight, and it's got a V8, so of course, sports car. So 166. Yeah, I can tighten the gears up a little. I mean, I just made it slower by doing that. Don't know, does making the gears longer actually help? It does. Now it goes 0 to 60 in insane speeds for a burger. So 3.7. I'll take this. I mean, it's a little quicker than I ever expected, considering this just makes 200 horse. So we have got suspension. The suspension does need tuning. I don't think we need to mess with a camber like that. In fact, it might be better off with a vehicle if it just doesn't have any camber, like visually. It has to try and look like an actual burger. I mean, I have completely messed with it. Visually. So, we want sportiness. I mean, that raises it up. And it also adds a load of camber. Hopefully it gives me a better foundation, though. So if I try and get a high sportiness score, like, that should help, I think. For some reason, having it that low just hurts sportiness weirdly. Don't know why that is. I can try stiffening it up because it should not be that tall. Like, if you actually see the images of it. The base body I used was extremely tall, so that's not ideal. Okay, so 1.8. I think I need to stiffen the thing up quite a bit. Because stiff suspension is very sporty. 7.4, and what's it complaining about? It's complaining about the brakes. Okay. I can try and fix that. I mean, hey, why not give it the benefit of the doubt, give it the better brakes of the 2000s? I don't know, I could probably... Did I remove the brakes visually and then it's just re-added them? Very strange. Very, very strange. So... I can make them matter. I think I can invisibilize the brakes. I don't know, it's not invisible now though, like it's showing them. The brakes are suffering from brake fade. I can try and make them both massive. The back ones don't show, just the front, so that's strange. The front brake force is very high. The rear brake force is very high. So we've got that. At least it shouldn't complain about it now. I can try and adjust the suspension and get the sportiness that I so desire. The Sport Burger. I don't know, Turbo Burger is one in BeamNG. Unfortunately, this burger doesn't have a turbo, because it is not canon. 14. Yes, very sporty. So we've got front dampers are hard. Now it's complaining about that. All I'm trying to do is make the burger handle well. Not a normal phrase, but a phrase I'm using anyway. 14.4. I want the sportiness to stay high. Oh, it's complaining about me dampers being hard again. Just try stiffening the springs is the solution to everything, sure. It does not like the wide frequency at all. Can't go with struts because it's body on frame. This should help sportiness. To be fair, this thing is, I think, extremely tall. Just due to the nature of how small and tall it is to actually fit people in it. So I think it's going to be trickier to get this thing to handle without rolling over. The front wide frequency is high, so how much is it going to take to actually stop that becoming a serious issue? Front dampers are hard. I mean, it's not letting me get away with much stiffness at all, if I'm honest. The engine bay is crammed. I have bigger issues. I've had to fit a large, deep vat fryer size engine in this. So, I think I have bigger problems than the engine being too large. So, 14.3. Is it, 14.7, 15.1. Sportiness is okay. I mean, to be quite honest, I think for what this vehicle actually is and what it's based on and stuff, I don't think it's too bad. . Ooh, it likes having softer rear springs. I guess it makes sense. 59% front weight balance. It's bound to cause issues. Engine bay, clearance in the engine bay. That's problems. The thing understeers. Pretty minor complaint. Something that I would say I can fix. I'm not so sure I can. Because I can't really make the wheels wider, or it will just look off for what are supposed to be pickles. They're already definitely pushing it as far as realistically you can get pickles to be so wide. I mean, I'll try increasing the anti-roll bars. There doesn't seem to be much disadvantage to sportiness. It makes it less drivable, apparently. Not sure I believe that. Because theoretically, anti-roll bars are going to make this thing horrendously uncomfortable, but stop it rolling over, which is something I quite want from this. I do not want a car that rolls over, or a burger that rolls over. So what I've done here, does lowering it help now? Not particularly, but I haven't hurt sportiness by doing this. The moment it starts hitting sportiness negatively, I will try and raise the thing up again. Oh, it's even more sporty. Okay, that's good. I mean, in general now, the complaint is engine bay size and the thing understeering, which I think given that this thing is a literal burger, I could have much more aggressive issues, let's say, with it. There is a radio somewhere. I need to put that in. Have to check the reference images I've got. But the brakes, I can try making the brakes smaller. It's got manual steering, because of course it is, but it's 811 kilos. I don't think it needs power steering. Why has it added rear seats? I mean, I would say 3. It's a +3 bench, which it is a bench seat. You could probably squeeze 3 people in. So how is that for weight compared to 2 captain's chairs? Yeah, I think from a weight perspective... triple captain's chairs, is it? I would say that, because it is technically a bench, but you're not going to be seating ever more than 2 people in there. It's probably like 1 full adult size would fit in there. Weight balance is better than it was, I think. 58% front. What's the final? 58.3. That is actually a lot better. I mean, I've put a lot of work into it, and I think I've made it better. Because the thing is canonically supposed to be better handling in the first gen Mustang, so I have to try and do that. Now, there is the engine, you can move the engine in one of these menus. You can move it back, which you can't even see or feel the engine, like, where it is, so it wouldn't hurt the most. I think weight distribution might be where you move the engine. I have done that, so that's not a worry. The brake size, I can actually put vented discs on the front and rear so I don't get brake fade. Sure, you're not going to see the brakes anyway. As long as they're not carbon ceramics, which I don't believe were on any production car in 2004, where this is from. Unless maybe it was like the top-end Ferraris, so I don't think that's something I would necessarily want. I'll try and adjust the rear brakes for drivability, because that's really the important thing with the back brakes. So we have got that. Yeah, it's got more front brakes. There's one little trick I can try here. I don't want to go with 6-piston though. Because it feels like I'm having too much for what this car is. I guess I'll have to. But, so if we go for performance, 35.6, that is how it's braking on like some really good brakes. If I make them smaller, 35.4, so I think basically I want brake power on the front, 35.4. As long as I don't lose brake power, I'm probably fine. 35.3, that is excellent brake performance. Like, the larger brakes I can have on the back, the better. without having without naturally having extra brake force, because there we go. So that's less brake on the front for size, which will hopefully balance the thing out. Yeah, it does. Makes it a little better balanced. So we have got yes, it's got anti-lock brakes, but no traction control because it has to spin the wheels. So we've got, I think if I go drums, the brakes are suffering from severe brake fade. Does that change when I make them larger? No, okay. Some brake fade is not really going to do anything wrong, if I'm honest. The brakes are suffering from brake fade still. I think some brake fade I'm fine with. Does that fix the brake fade if I make them a little larger? No, it doesn't. Okay. A little brake fade is not going to make this thing undrivable, though, at all. So, how much weight have we got on stuff? 747, so it's 750 kilos. It has fixed the weight distribution. Granted, I can try making them smaller. Yeah, put vented discs on, sure. I mean, I don't know, 12.7. I think solid discs are heavier for the same size. So if I can get them working. 12.2. Drivability increases with larger rear brakes. Doesn't with larger front brakes necessarily. Drivability increases with smaller front brakes, weirdly enough. 36 meters braking distance, very good in general. Yeah, 36. I'll take that. That's pretty good. Key thing here is drivability on the brakes, because you don't want it to slide. If that's sorted, then there's no reason I can't go with like fancy front brakes and small front brakes, just to kind of balance out the weight a little. I'm going to have to try and make the brakes invisible though, because that just doesn't work. Or at the very least, make the brakes pickle coloured. So we've got 747 kilos, 57.7 front. So it's not well balanced, but I've done a lot to make this thing less awful, given it's an absolutely minuscule vehicle. I am going to have to put the wheel on. Like, I'm spending far too long on this. I feel like my arm is probably like stiffened up. No, my arm is fine. Sometimes my arm stiffens up when I just do all this and it's been locked in one place for a while with the mouse. So I'll have to just check another reference image for the radio, like where that actually kind of falls. There was one scene. Okay, there we go. It is shown to have a radio in the middle, which is, I think it is actually to the passenger side, so I can make this work, potentially at least. Just try and get as close to the middle as I can without it being like right on the middle. Sounds strange, but that's just how I have to think this thing through. There we go. Nope, I am pressing the wrong object. There we go. So that is our radio, which looks vaguely enough like the actual thing. It's only an AM radio in automation because I don't have AM FM radios, so had to try and improvise a little. We have some dials or some gauges which are above this little thing next to the steering wheel, so I should probably get the steering wheel in to try and help me align where everything goes. Now it does have like bamboo on the middle, so on the like the connection points between the edge and the middle of the steering wheel, so I'm gonna have to try and find one I can incorporate that into in some way. I think it might be a 3-spoke as well, so that's not ideally what I want. I mean, I could go with a 2-spoke. Looks like there's some there that look close enough. That might be a better option. I mean, I have a few different packs as well. But I want something that, as I say, looks closer. I can get a cat ear, like, surround. Column 2, I'm noticing here, which is just one of the steering columns. That's probably about what I need. Nothing super complicated, but otherwise there wouldn't be a steering column. So this is actually black, canonically. So if I go with matte plastic or glossy plastic, perhaps. I think glossy plastic, there is some shading and stuff. And that's going to go down there. Like, if I just make this a little smaller, there is no stalks, it needs that to be like the steering shaft kind of thing. And then we can make it smaller in diameter, and it should give us a decent connection point. Not exact, but I'm trying to get what I can get out of it. So bring that up. Okay, I think that lines up quite well with the spatula key port and stuff. I will, as I say, I will have to perhaps remove the stalks because they're not canonically going to make any sense when it doesn't have them. Okay, so those can be made transparent. I mean, there will still probably be holes on the steering shaft, but that won't matter too much. Just pretend they're not there and they won't matter. So the steering wheel. Now, as I say, I need one that looks okay. So in that pack, there isn't really anything. There was some spoke ones. Actually, one's in here. I wonder if there's anything here that would work. So having looked at, I think, all of the steering wheel mods I have got in this game, I think it was in here, in this pack. There was like 2 spoke ones, which I could get to look vaguely similar. If we just look. It was one of these that I think, one of these 2 I think was probably best. Even though the one in the actual movie is a 3-spoke. Oh, there's only like 2 colours there. What about this one? No, you can't really do that then. I mean, there's that one. At this point, I think I might just add some kind of race wheel with like 3 metal beams and try and use that. So we can go. I mean, I don't think I can. Oh, I can remove that. This one might work then. I think this one might work. So if I go maneuver that down, it has actually, it's erased something behind it as well, I think. So if I remove that, perhaps. It does miss things from the back though, like. You're not really going to see that from that side that often, but I don't want to mess with it too much. I don't want something too modern looking though either. I feel like this is probably my best option in this pack at least, so. I mean, maybe if I take that part I made invisible. Unless I've like, unless I've invisibilized other pieces as well. I think I might have. So if I make them chrome for now. Oh, okay. It was just me being dumb. Sorry. I can make this work definitely then now. Now I've added those chrome bits in that it seems to just delete. So we've got to add these bits here in bamboo colours. Which I think I have. I think I have on my on-car. That I believe is the bamboo I used for the pedals. So we have got... I think anything that's kind of like steel, I could make bamboo. So we've got on car, here we go, on car. It's called a zingle, it is bamboo, trust. So, there we go. And, glossy plastic, that would be the outside, which is honestly pretty similar. I think it looks more rubbery than plasticky, but at this point it's saving me loads of time if I don't go making colours for everything. There's yeah, there's these pieces. They can all just be made into bamboo. Well, no, they can't be made into bamboo. They should be actually some kind of steel. Because I am forgetting that how this is actually laid out. There is still like a metal piece in the middle. So I feel I should just yeah, should just get that done. And I think that's about as good as I can get. It's not exact, but we've got all the key elements there. The bamboo, the black outside and like column. It's a very small wheel, but I think it also suits the car a little because I think on the actual patio wagon it is small. I feel like there should be a roll cage. Like, my logical mind is saying there should be a roll cage on the top, but that's not canon at all. I'm already fighting this thing to try and get exactly what I want from it. So, yeah, we've got... I'm going to have to rearrange the dials a little. Just, the spatula, like, ignition thing is off. I could just try and move it, actually. You know what? Yeah, but then it centers it, doesn't it? I didn't think of that. I'm going to have to, like, rejig the dials a little then to actually make this thing work. I don't think it'll be that noticeable, but... There's various things. Yeah, so there's 2 dials there. There's a bunch of stuff around that, which I probably won't be modelling. The gauges will be hopefully hidden somewhere in the interior. There's also the truck ones, which are in 3D, I believe. There's these. It's an oil pressure. I think that would be funny. So, 1,000. I feel like the main one would be some kind of speedometer, so... I don't know if that's a speedometer. This one's definitely a speedometer. And I've clicked off it somehow, and I've moved the windscreen. It's because of how that Cadillac upper roof body is that I've just used the windscreen off to try and get one that works. So we can move that, and hopefully... I don't think I'll need to resize this one, but maybe the other ones. As I say, I've kind of like moved it around a little. Because I don't really have much choice with how it snaps things to the middle. And ultimately, to the end user of the car, it'll probably look the same. So we can go, maybe make these smaller and have like one on each side. Or I could just have them on top of a radio, which also does kind of work, if not canon. I don't think it really matters what they are. I can have a web counter there. I mean, it is a manual, so... That is canon, that is a manual, so a web counter doesn't seem that far off. PSI, but it's not a turbo. I don't know what that is. It's got like a picture of a clock on it, but... We have dials. I could have done worse. So again, if I reference back to this. Okay, the dials on this frame actually show on top of the radio. So I think things like move around based on the frame it is. So that's not actually entirely inaccurate. I'm just looking at it from one shot and saying this is the final canon. I think as long as there is a number of dials, the thing will remain somewhat canonical. So I'll probably just put another one here. You know what? I'm just going to put a PSI gauge in, whichever one that was. No, that's a rev counter. Yeah, I think that's PSI. I'm just going to put like a turbo boost gauge, even though there's no turbo. It's probably just a fake gauge, I don't know. You can't really put the spatula in the spatula keyhole, but we just ignore that. Ignore that impracticality. Okay, so that one, that's why the radio ended up there, because I couldn't move it any further without it snapping to the middle. So I think that's mostly done. There is the brakes, which were visible. They are not visible here, which is interesting. They were an actual brake menu. So I think that's mostly done. There may be some small things I can change. I think there is still some stuff I can do with the suspension. I think the brakes are fine. The car understeers. I could try and adjust the camber a little. The dampers are hard. Yeah, so there's a few minor stuff I can do by the looks of it. For the most part, I think it is fine. So, again, I'll just reference back a few of the images and see. I can't do the engine or pattern the seats more. So, the sesame seeds. The sesame seeds is kind of important, so I'll do a very quick job of them. But I can't promise much. I think they're going to be kind of like a light bready colour. So as I say, I'm just going to throw some of these on, which are now invisible. Make them chrome just so they show up. And then I can change. So I can go steel, maybe. There's like leather or cloth. Cloth could maybe work. That doesn't look like the worst colour. I think it has to be a little darker to practically work. They look vaguely okay. I mean, there's also like soft top. I'll take soft top. I mean, up close it looks bad, but there's just going to be many of these, like, kind of dotted across the exterior. So I think I can make this work. I'm going to want to mirror it so it makes my life a little easier. If I can find where that is. I think I need to, yeah, I need to check that and then... the mirror tool will be somewhere. There we go. So if I mirror that, it's going to make it a lot easier to add all these little seeds on this side. I can also make them smaller that way, because I made them very wide, which is just not necessary. So, there we go. I mean, I can just, like, rotate these all over the place. The point is that there's going to be just a few of them there, and they will add... not immersion per se, but they will add a little bit of kind of realism, I guess, against the canon paddy wagon. Although realism is probably not the correct word when talking about such a design. But it is something. Accuracy, that's probably a term I mean, like accuracy, not realism. And I've managed to grab something else and then move that, so that's not ideal. Unfortunately, the mirror will not repeat them front to back, so I'm going to need to try and do something else there. This is actually a very important canon feature, though. I can probably avoid doing them on the base bun, but they definitely have to be done on the top. Like, it's a pretty important thing. Not something I can afford to just miss to make my life easier. Especially with how much effort and time I already put into this. So it's a 3.5 hour stream, which is probably too much. But at least I can say one thing. At the end of this stream, I will have the vehicle done. So I can have that vehicle done. And that will be, I think, worth something. Yeah, so they look enough like sesame seeds, I think. I'm going to kind of be cheap and put less seeds on this bun because it's easier, but, you know, there will be something going on. At least the way I have set this up, I don't have to go high effort at all. All I have to do is just copy and paste a great number of them, which is going to take a bit of time, but it's easy. And the ease of use is worth a bit of my time, I think. Maybe move that one down to make it more practical. And then we can move that up there. There it is. So if I'm to rotate that, oh dear, I grabbed the dashboard. That's always that's a common mistake to make, you know, you're trying to put something on the exterior of your car and you grab a dashboard. Happens to me in real life far too many times. It's like, you know, I'm trying to polish the alloys, and then suddenly I've actually accidentally pulled the dashboard out. This vehicle does not have alloys. I mean, I'm not so sure I like how this is turning out, but it is definitely turning out in a way that I think resembles a paddy wagon. Had to layer all this stuff up on top of each other. I mean, as I say, the Family Guy vehicle, there was a lot of like technical details that were not easy to decipher, but in the grand scheme of things, that vehicle was not the hardest. I think one of these early Sesame Seeds, yeah, I can move that one because that was just too close to the others for no good reason. And I want to spread them out because that way I'm also not adding the wrong stuff. No, but if I move them about, it's easier than having them all close together. Easier to finish up. I can also put this on this part. I can kind of use them to hide some of the imperfections of the design. Because you'll just see Sesame Seed instead of all this very awkward bodywork. And the joys of like mirroring, it's all there still on the other side. I mean, the joys to this, it applies to the same as the art world as well. Like, recognizability is worth a lot. It goes a long way to what you are creating to make it actually understandable. And I think these Sesame Seeds are like a very big part of what makes this clear what it is. You can miss them off and like still say this is a paddy wagon, but I feel like it really just cements the idea that this is what it's supposed to be. So it makes it clear, and that's very useful in terms of designing, well, pretty much anything. Something that you design and it's instantly recognizable in different art styles. There we go. Has the Forza playlist has finished now? I mean, you can just go on Simpsons Hit and Run, honestly, at this point. Playlist. I mean, should I play? Come on. Yes. At this point, like, I'm just defaulting because I've gone through like 2 music playlists, like 3 hours of music playlists or more, and I'm still kind of running out. I don't want these to be exactly rotated the same, because that doesn't look good. I want it to kind of be a bit more random looking. Okay, I think a little more down here, and I'm actually getting pretty close to having the sides finished. Can probably rotate that a little, like so. That is, I don't know, I would say the rotation isn't ideal. I don't think it'll be that noticeable. One in the middle here. Maybe pivot that a little around. Not too much, just enough to differentiate it from the other ones. And I've grabbed the wrong item. I mean, almost there. So could I move that up a little? I think it's almost done. I think I just need to add some seeds higher up here. Almost done on the sides, I should say. An artist's work is never finished. I feel like that's actually an expression. This will do. I was trying to grab another one, but I was also trying not to grab the dashboard. I think you can lock fixtures, but I don't know. I feel like I'll do that and then I'll need to move the dashboard. Okay, there we go. So if I move that around here, rotate it a little, and then I should be able to, yeah, do that. Pivot it down there. There's kind of a gap there without any sesame seeds in. I think it'll be fine. Just keep rotating these so it looks a bit, not vibrant, that would be the wrong word, but it looks a little more varied. Pivot that. I mean, it's there. That actually adds a lot more to the finish of it than I thought it would. Now, there is still the front and the back that needs doing. I feel like that would be a little more easy than the sides, although I don't know for certain. It's been quite an event, this build. Pivot that round, maybe. I feel like I should have some underneath the headlights. Just around here. They are still mirrored, so all I kind of have to do is half the front and half the rear pieces here. Which will actually look almost like indicators. I don't know if this thing has canonically indicator. I don't think it does. Not from what I've seen. But it wouldn't be a bad time to go and check this stuff. So on the front, it looks like it does have a number plate. I can try and add the number plate. But that will have to come after this. As we're saying with everything else, really, if there is anything like that I need to add, that will have to take a bit of a moment afterwards. Wait, oh yeah, I'm on the complete wrong part of the list. 109 fixtures, and I reckon half of them are these sesame seeds. So there we go. Looks like I could fit some on the edges, maybe. Or particularly up here. It's just something around about this area, because I feel that area looks a little more empty than some of the other parts of the burger bun. There we go. I mean, I feel like giving it a badge, but I don't think it does canonically have one, so that wouldn't be practical. Give it little nostrils. Nah, as I say though, this is where the duplication is extremely useful. Because I can do this, and although it's not perfect, I think at least at an initial glance, it'll look fine. Could probably put one exactly in the middle. I'll just pivot it a little, just so it doesn't look completely repeated, and it gives a little more variety to the variety. Variety to the variety. The box on that, the rotation box, seems very strange. I think I've got it there anyway, in some sense of a word. Can lower this, bring it out. I could have some like right under the headlights. Don't think that's necessary though. I am curious about how this thing's actually going to drive because, well, the Family Guy vehicle handled exactly how you'd expect an 80s Ford, 70s, 80s Ford wagon to drive, to be fair. But this, I don't know, I'm hoping it handles quite sporty. It could tip over at every side of a corner with how I've set this up. Setting it up to look like an actual burger was not the easiest thing. And I'm still not entirely happy with the pickle wheels. I feel like they should be more matted. They look too shiny. I can probably correct that. That's probably one of the easier things, honestly, for me to correct. So if I move that out, maybe. Something like that. Then I can put a couple on the middle of the car. And this will all be done on the front. It should be all I need on the front, to be honest. I don't know, it looks like there's a lot. Maybe if I just move this one, to be quite honest, to the middle. Because there is a lot of, like, not pickles. There's a lot of, not breadcrumbs even, seeds. There's a lot of sesame seeds on the front. I feel like I've just messed up the hitboxes here, so they're not actually, applied correctly. Can we rotate that? I mean, it should work. Can probably move these two out, actually. These look really deep into the car. And this one doesn't look deep into the car at all. Or these ones, should I say. I think that might be okay, actually. Don't want to overdo it. Or it'll just look like there's not enough on the side of the vehicle. I was saying, oh yeah, the pickle wheels. The pickle wheels is something I can do to take a break with this. Because I have added a lot of these sesame seeds. Which is surprisingly time consuming. I can fix these wheels. I don't know what I used that for. But I've got that green from somewhere else on the vehicle. I think I used it for the lettuce. But it can work for pickle wheels. All wheels. Let's try this. And then there is tyres somewhere. Tyre tread. There we go. Interesting. There's like centre caps. I think they should be a darker colour. Because at least the reference I'm looking at, it does appear to be the case. So I can try and add something. They can probably be... They can probably be soft top. Like that'll probably work. Get a somewhat darker green colour. There we go. Because, as I say, they are different there. So I can just change the centre caps of the wheels, and that actually ties in surprisingly well. I'm not so sure I like that, though. I almost feel like they're not as shiny enough. They need to be lighter. I think that's what I have an issue with. If I make these plastic, but somewhat lighter... It's also painted iron. But I don't think I'd change the reflectiveness of that. Not easily, at least. I mean, this particular one... I feel like that looks cartoon pickle colour, to be honest. Then we can go change the tyre tread to our cartoon pickle colour. And then we can probably reuse the miscellaneous mid kind of colour. I think that works. The wheels on the inside do look a little weird, but there's not a whole lot I can do about that. I mean, I could add the brakes back in and paint them pickle coloured. I'm not sure that would fix it, but I could try it. So we've got Now, I don't think there's anything specific for the brakes, unfortunately. So it'll probably just make it look worse. Okay, so... I mean, I'm going to need to add... yeah, something closer to the back, realistically. 116. I mean, there's at least like 15 I've done on the sides and front that are just the... breadcrumbs now, the sesame seeds. So we can drag this one back, I think. It is mirrored, as I say. This will probably be like the absolute last one I add to kind of somewhat the side of the car. So we have got that. For taillights, if there are any, I'll need to think about adding, because there are, as I say, perhaps some canonical taillights. There is definitely number plates. I feel like there must be some kind of taillights. I have to look through this little gallery thingies to see. Okay, there are taillights. There are taillights on this shot. They look pretty normal, like squarish taillights. That's actually the only one of these shots that I could see the taillights on, but they are definitely just normal squarish taillights. So I think I can add that fairly easily. They do not have many shots of the back of the thing, though. I mean... ah, there's another one. Ah, yeah, that shows the taillights better. They're just fairly normal, plain taillights. So, as long as I leave a bit of space and don't just sesame seed bomb the whole car, should be okay to sort this all out. So I can pivot that. Oh dear. I have clicked off it. I didn't move it this time, what I clicked onto, so that's kind of a pro, I guess. Can try dragging one of these up here, because the top doesn't have seeds on it, as I have currently made it, so it wouldn't hurt too much to add some to it. There we go. The taillights interest me though, because I'm going to have to make space for them, as I say. I can't just have seeds across the entire back of this car when some of it is just not going to be even visible. I mean, I make it look like I'm doing a lot more than I am here now by just adding them in opportune spaces, but... so we can pivot that. I do wonder how this will time travel. I keep saying the same things. But I do wonder how it will time travel compared to some of the randomized vehicles. Because I don't think this will be too bad, but it has also got some very strange design constraints on it that force it to not act in a weird way, force it to drive in a interesting way. It's like this car has had to be so short, for example, and kind of tall to fit the engine in. I couldn't just choose another body that would maybe fit a smaller engine in, because I had to make this wide as well. This is the only real body I could actually find that would perhaps work so well. And I'm not using the body, but just to fit this kind of engine in while also having the car as short as it is. It's like 1.4 meter wheelbase or something very short, so I can get this thing to kind of be almost circular. Because that's how the paddy wagon is. it's round, which is not how you would usually build any kind of vehicle. But I had to take a few shortcuts to get this thing to actually look correct. And I don't just say shortcuts because it's a very short vehicle. So, okay. The taillights should be able to fit. The taillights are actually a bit lower than I was thinking, so I can just relocate these ones a little higher up, and I should be there. I mean, the seeds are not perfectly positioned, but I think it looks enough like a bun. I'm doing what I can. So, pivot that, and there we go. I feel like it needs one in the middle there, but I don't want to make it look overdone, which is not a burger joke, but could just so easily be. Nah, it's just, as I say, I mean, I don't want to overdo this. I think even that one might be too much. If I move that down, it's probably okay, but yeah, I think that just about works. And then we've got some space here for the tail lights. Then we can finish up with the number plate and other stuff like that. So the taillights, on this particular image at least, they are kind of rounded, so something like this. It doesn't look like it's got turn signals or anything, so I think these are probably the closest I could realistically get, and I don't know where they have gone to. It often does tend to make these things invisible, like, because I've been making so much of a bodywork invisible, I think. Yeah, so it's like made that part invisible instead of a body colour or anything. Make that the burger colour, maybe. No, they're actually kind of a silvery colour, so I'll use the steel for that. Won't be going with any external chrome, just be going with a steel. I will recolour these so they are all red and not the kind of multitude of colours that they currently are, which do not fit the paddy wagon. So I think I want to squish these down so they're a little closer to the reference. And then I might drag it out. I don't know. I think it's fine. I think they're long enough. Hi, Elena. I have done much work. It is now a little more burger shaped. And it has tail lights, kind of. I think I'm getting close to completing it, but it's taken me far too long. I do want to drive the thing today, at least. Maybe I was ambitious? I don't know. But it will be done. Thank you. I mean, I did hope it would look good, but I don't know, I still think that reflection on the side is just really badly done, but I only have so much time. There is, yeah, so these all have to be red because I've not painted them, so, well, not painted, but I mean, I've got to match the reference somewhat, and these are the closest I can do, but I have to change them all to be the same kind of red colour. One of these should match the lower part. I could actually, I think they might match it better because they're just, in shading they look a little more cartoony. There's a little less detail. I could probably do the same thing with the fronts. Because the overall nature of how they look, if I go with just more of a plain coloured light, it's going to look a little more cartoony than having a million different textures. So, what have I got here? Make them chrome. There we go. Something like that, which I think looks a bit more of the cartoon style than just all of the details. Why is Greta going in the slots? Whoever Greta is. Don't know, I feel like it's something out probably something out of the Spongebob movie and I'm missing it. I do miss some obvious references. So we have got to... I feel like they might be too large now. I might have made these tail lights a little too large. I don't know what this makes me as a YouTuber, though, spending, what, 4 hours making a burger. Ah, it's the older dog, that's it. I can now make sense of it. Somewhat. So, I think we're going with this, one of these reds. And then we'll do the same with the lower one, I think. Well, there's this. It's just all brake lights. We don't get any other lights here. As per the canon. So we have got... That's... I think this is okay. I've just got to double check everything is like the right colour for the tail lights, because that does affect what kind of light it is typically. I think that's it. So they look a little more close to the actual patty wagon. I bet like this body is still going to be taller though than the complete burger on the original body. Like, that's how tall the original car was. So this car, it makes the paddy wagon look really low and sporty compared to how it was. Which is actually quite impressive to make this look like a sports car. Yeah, fix the weight balance a little. I just got to get the whole thing finished off, I think, with the wide and the suspension and stuff. So it says the front dampers are hard. Which makes sense. Soften them up a little. The front is apparently super firm and everything. Sportiness apparently benefits from softening the front up, which is an odd way of doing things. The car understeers. Yeah, it does not like the front being firmly sprung. I mean, there's only so much I can do with that. The brakes are suffering from brake fade, that's okay, that doesn't worry me. The rear brake force is high, I can try and fix that much. There's actually one easy way I can do that. So the car understeers, which is probably to do with the suspension, honestly. 11.67, 11.67, I don't know, what am I doing to myself? The brakes, okay. I don't know if it's going to handle well, but I can try. I wonder if it wants to go and get lowered. Yes, it likes sitting low to the ground because sportiness. So, it's got basic safety. I forgot about that. It's got basic 2000 safety. I was thinking it would have something else. But no, I just threw that on there and it's still got it somehow. Honestly, I somehow don't imagine this going to be the safest car. To be quite honest. Just the bare minimum for safety because that's cheap and it saves Mr. Krabs money. The rear brake force is very high compared to grip. Yeah, so the brake force can be somewhat corrected. I'll just lower this number here because I don't want to make the brakes as smaller as it does help the weight balance of the car, weirdly enough. I think it was doing like 46 or something, 36, so, you know. Don't want too much brake force back here. Alright, so the drivability score, that will be a place to start. 47.3. So we have got car understeers, brakes are suffering from brake fade. The rear brake force it's still saying is high. Alright, so we've got 47.5. I mean, if it thinks the rear brake force is high, that doesn't particularly concern me. If it actually does slow. I think it's probably fine. It has a few minor complaints with how it drives. I think this thing is about ready, though. So I've got, like, 4 hours. It's taken me 4 hours to build a paddy wagon. So, yeah, I feel like it can't be done already. I know it's been a long time, but my head just can't, like, decipher this to be complete. It has got the, it's got the pedal as well. I added the fork pedal that is there, and I added the drink shifter. So, yeah, we should have this done. I've made all the body invisible and stuff, so it shouldn't show up in not automation. It shouldn't show up when I put it in BeamNG. There is 750 kilos, so it's actually pretty lightweight. I think my car weighs like 1,700 probably. 1,600 to 1,700 for mine, so that being 750, yeah, it's like not half the weight of my Citroen. And it's more powerful as well, would you believe it? So I'm gonna high resolution textures and collapse livery, as that can avoid some kind of iffy things. Wait, I've forgotten. I'm being dumb. There is one thing I have forgotten that I should have really added, and that's the number plate. It's got front and rear number plates, actually, so I will get those on. Ah, yes, I can add a Maxwell as well. There is a number plate, though. At least I did save it. I did bring it back before I completely published it, let's say, without the final details. You see, it's like my head kind of knew something was missing, but it didn't know what it was. Could fit a very big Max. Just, yeah, that hides most of my interior work, though, so I don't want him to be that big. I should make, like, a spinning Maxwell Discord emote. If I can find out how to get the animated GIFs working and stuff. Because I think the actual model did end up in public domain or something like that, so you can use it. Make Maxwell dance because I feel like... So Maxwell can pivot a little. Give him a nice space on the passenger seat. I mean, this is a tiny vehicle, though. It might not look like it, but even with the extra width on it I've added, it is still tiny. It's just very wide. Maxwell is really sinking into that seat at his current weight. I think it's a little narrow and a little too much. Had to go through, like, while building this, I've gone through 2.5, like, music playlists. Because it's been that long. I feel like I move him a bit out. Yeah, I think I can actually do it a little on here. Not much spinning Maxwell, but that is a spinning Maxwell. The number plates, they are important, so I will try and add them. It looks like this should be pretty easy to add, at least. I think if I can find... I think it's just in the 3D settings. I should be able to find a kind of curved off thing. Otherwise, I have the sunroof, which will do the same thing. So, what have we got around here? I don't know if I can even... There we go. I think I found it. I think this is the piece I need for the number plate. It doesn't really show because it keeps making things invisible by default. I hope the propeller is in the correct place because it doesn't look like it is. Like, it just looks like that's off. There is like some clips of some bits of a game. Oh, there's a flag as well. There's also the flag, which I have forgotten. I can just look back on the YouTube video, to be honest, that will have it. Ah, so it's like, yeah, it's coming out the button, pretty much. There we go. The number plates. I think that's about the right size. Just make it so it's like pinned to the back, kind of. I can use the text tool for this, so it should actually be fairly easy. Then I can check the front. Yay, Battle Royale. And for once it hasn't kicked you out your own Battle Royale, so progress is being made. I'm trying to find it. Okay. That shows a number plate. And it needs a flag. So I think it's red text. I think it is just red text, so... There we go, text. If I can find anything red, otherwise I'll have to like use black. Because there is some black text pieces, but I'm not so sure I'll be able to find a red one. I don't know if it like displays in red. I think it just needs to be fairly plain text. And I've grabbed the wrong thing. So it needs to be 2 geo, naturally. I don't know if there's a dash or something. Ah, yeah, there is a dash. How do you keep winning the Battle Royales, Elena? Ask Snowball if you cheated. We all know Snowball is the most knowledgeable entity in all existence. I mean, I couldn't find red text, so black will have to do. At least contrasts with the white. And then we can hopefully flip this one around. There we go. Did I cheat? No. Oh, well, if Snowball says, it must be true. We all can trust Snowball. Snowball never lies. I feel like that should be law, actually. Snowball never lies. Same as Sakura never cheats. Sakura never cheats and then lies about. So there is, there's a flag. I mean, I wonder if there's a flag here I can, like, use. No, I don't think there is. Is there a pole? JDM parking post. Look, this'll do. It isn't a flagpole, but it's close enough that I don't think anyone's really going to ask questions. Like, this is what they use, I think, on corners of vehicles, so you can see where they're parking in certain countries. I think I'm going to need, like, the ball thingy on top. If I move this forwards... I think that could work. So if I go make this... I think it's like some kind of steel colour like I've used before. Just add all this stuff. So it's in the correct colour for a flagpole. I don't know why that piece at the bottom is black, but I can't change it. It's 5 by kicking the machine. I mean, why is Darken always winning? How does he always, like, win the slot machine? One of life's many mysteries, I guess. I think so. If I change that to, like, glossy plastic. I mean, there's something, that one there, it doesn't seem to be changing it, like, to what I actually ask it to change it to. It's very strange there. Unless it will only accept certain things. So if I try this, will it go to patty colour, I wonder? It does. I think that's patty colour. Either that or that. Bit strange on what it will and won't accept, but okay. I mean, I think that blends in fairly well at least. Cheese. Okay, see you, Elena. I will eventually be driving this towards the end of the stream. Unfortunately, I have taken a little too long on it, but yeah, I will be, at the end of the stream I will drive it, so you can probably just watch the end and it will, that part will be there. I don't know, I'm not good with words. So we've got to, I grabbed the wrong thing. That is also invisible, which is not right. Global. No, fixture materials steel. There we go. You can try and line this up correctly. If I get that blue arrow in there, I think it will technically be at the right point. But then I guess it's like appearance from one angle is different from appearance from another angle, so kind of gets a little tricky. That looks correct to me. Can make that a little smaller, and then I think the ball of the flagpole will be good enough. So there is No doors. At least from what I can see. I'm gonna need a flag, I think. What would be the flag? I don't know. I know what, well, I mean, I know what it says, but I think you can get yellow text, which is convenient. Plates, or number plates are on there in some form. I think I might just make it a square flag for convenience, or just a triangle maybe. Because at this point, like, there's a finer shape to it. I think I can just make it a triangle for the time being. Which should do the trick. And I've also clicked on something else. But this probably won't appear because of that way that it is. Is there any red colours? I can try and add I think if I go with there's painted iron. I think if I just go with red plastic, that will do the job. Plastic is typically pretty good for the cartoon stuff. Like, I'm cutting a corner at this point, but I almost had this in automation, in BeamNG, and then I realised I'd missed some important stuff. That does not seem to, like, be aligned. Maybe it is and I'm just completely missing it, but if I also make this a little, flatter. Make that smaller. I think the music playlist is stopped, yeah. I have fixed that. So that can do. It's complaining about my bit rate. I don't think it's done that before. It's been fine with my bit rate for so long, and then it's just telling me now, after what, 4 hours or so, it's not good enough. No idea what's going on with it there. Aren't I good enough for you, YouTube? What do those other streamers have but I don't? Okay, so that is close enough, I think. Then there is a text, so we can get yellow text at least, unlike we couldn't get, I think, what was it, red for the number plates? So race kit. This is apparently race kit, but it doesn't really matter where it's from. I just need the correct job here, so I'm not seeing it though. Like, I'm not seeing it showing for yellow. Will it do it if there's a space? No, it will not. Okay, that is not good. I mean, there's a few different ones. Worst case, I have to use black text again because those ones aren't showing up. How about these? Well, these... That actually kind of glows. I don't hate it, but I don't know if that's what I want necessarily. I mean, if I go... I've also screenshot it, apparently. Yeah, I don't think I want it to, glow. I mean, look, this text is not exactly canon, but I wanted yellow text that would actually work, and it looks like I'm stuck with this. Either this or ones that glow, which neither of them are optimal for my particular purposes, but... You know, this yellow text here, it kind of works. I mean, I could put the KK on both sides of the flag. Like, that would be easy enough to do. I don't, like, that's not ideal, and I don't like it that much, but kind of works. Wait, so, I think I'm going to get sued by McDonald's for doing this. I'm pretty sure that is actually an intentional resemblance. I'm only just seeing it now. But I do feel like that's an intentional resemblance to a McDonald's kind of colour scheme. Okay, so it only shows from one side. I think I can work this, though. So, like, if I move that... So we've got that. I think if I can do that and then... There we go. I mean, I don't even have to rotate that or anything. I could make it a little taller because I think it'll fit the flag better, but that is in place even quite well. Now I can lower it a little more. Trying to get it pixel perfect. It's never going to be, but I managed to get it double-sided, which I think is decent. I'm actually kind of tired after that. It's so much like mental workout to try and get this done, but it is done, I would say. We have got all the little details, like the number plate, the Maxwell, and the flag, which I missed out before. There is a few more like red bits on the number plate and stuff, but the bulk of it is here, and it works, hopefully. I put manual locker on. Because I've made this rear-wheel drive, I might make one final change and, you know, try and put a good differential on. Because there's not much I can do to get this thing to corner, so... Probably adjust the gearing a little too. But besides, beyond that, I think it's completely done. So, I'll check the sportiness, basically, and see which one has the highest. Electric is 14.2. 14.1 for Clutched Race LSD. I mean, I don't know how accurate this is, but it gets the highest sportiness with the electric LSD, so just to try and keep this thing somewhat good to handle, I'm going to try that. The brake's suffering from brake fade, and the rear brake force is very high, apparently. None of that is really going to hurt, I don't think, unless there's something badly wrong, which I will find out soon enough. I mean, I'd say it looks like a paddy wagon at least. So that's a thing. I mean, perhaps it looks even more cartoony than the Family Guy vehicle, because it kind of is, but the Family Guy vehicle looked realistic but also cartoony. It also lacked rear door handles, as per the canon of the show. I mean, at least I can drive this thing now, so I think, yeah. I will probably have to set up OBS again to switch to automation, but should be good. To switch to a BeamNG, sorry. For some reason, I keep getting BeamNG and automation confused. Yeah, so we just have to load up BeamNG. My PC does not appear to be having a panic attack like it has once before. So I will be going across here, just so I don't block the speedometer. And I will also have, I'll also have to go in OBS to check. The phone is going off. So, capture specific window. There is BeamNG drive. Yeah, there we go. I have to check the phone, so I will I'll set this off to time trial, I believe it is, and then I will go and get it. So, handling course. I think it's racetrack. Yeah, that looked like it. So, just trying to fit. I think this is one I was using before. So go 3. I will be getting the patty wagon now, and then I'll check the phone while it's loading in, hopefully. I also have a lot of mods, which it is not liking at all. Yes, there we go, patty wagon. So strange seeing it in automation. I mean beam. But anyway, one moment. Okay, so what's going on here? Okay. I can do it. I can drive it, but I'm going to be driving from the interior cam because something is just badly wrong with how this is showing. I can probably go, yeah, I can go Shift C. So I can show how it looks. Oh. Look, I don't know what has happened to the front of a Krabby Patty. I'll probably have to try and fix this later. Maybe they're not in 3D mode or something. And I can also try and get rid of that. But yeah, so, okay. The way this is being, I can drive it. I'm going to have to just drive it from interior view. And I can turn the music off now. So there we go. I can't seem to start. Let's say I can drive it, yeah. The wheel is connected, apparently. I don't know what has gone on with this, honestly. Yeah, it's like... So, I don't know. I wish I knew what was going on with this. I just cannot. It's loading, like it's showing the power. Oh, there we go. No, it's okay then. So, I'm going to be driving this from interior cam. I can try and move that forward a little. Yeah, it's like I'm in the wrong view and it just doesn't... I'm trying V. Okay. I do want to so drive this, but it's just not letting me. Drive mode comfort, drive mode sport. Don't know if that does anything. I can try and, like, reset it. Instability detected. Okay. I mean, I can't drive this right now, then. Tell a lie. Like, as I say, it exported, but I can't start the car. The thing is just unstable. I will, however, be able to... hopefully set the Family Guy vehicle, so... I think I called it Peter the car or something. Yeah. At least I will be able to drive this and see how this goes. So, you know, it's not ideal. I would have to try and do some stuff to get the Patty Wagon working, because as a basis, it should work. Like, I don't know why it isn't. But I will have to just, yeah, I'll have to try some stuff to get it exported correctly and actually working. Then I can drive it. The thing showed in automation, though, fine. It didn't have any complaints in automation. Worst case, I have to, like, change the body it's on and stuff. And just transfer all the bodywork. Which mostly is 3D, so it should work. I don't know. Okay, this is a little weird, but look, I can drive this one at least. It is very quiet, as when I tend to build V8s, as I say, they end up making no noise whatsoever. But at least this way, you know, there is a drive that I'm going through. I mean, on stream I just cannot possibly work out what's going on and fix it within any kind of reasonable time frame, unfortunately. I'm going very light here. Like, this doesn't have ABS or anything. It does have the 8.2 litre Cadillac engine because I decided so. Somehow I'm, like, kind of keeping this on the road. It does not drive well. I'll be honest, it does not drive well at all. But I've driven much worse with the randomised vehicles. I think this is a 4-speed auto, which for a 1980 model year this actually was pretty good. Although it's got an engine from 1976, because an 8.2 litre engine which only makes 190 horsepower is gloriously comical. I will raise the volume. Hopefully you can hear it now. Because, I don't know, I probably shouldn't have done that. I've probably slowed down the lap time. I think this thing's going to be fine. I don't think it's quick enough to, like, ruin lap times beyond redemption. It has got the same cartoon thing, though, with the paddy wagon of having the solid tail lights with just no indicators or anything. I think it might have indicators on the front, but definitely not the back. And it's got the blue license plate, because I think canonically it would be Long Island, but the only blue license plate I could find in the game was a California one, so that's how it ended up that way. I mean, as I say, it's not ideal, but at least I can take a car around the track, even if it isn't the paddy wagon, because I didn't do this last time. So it's a bit less of a disappointment, I feel. Like, there is a driving section, even if it's not with the same vehicle. Oh, dear. I mean, the thing is kind of stable, as you'll see. Like, it's stable and it's correctable, but it is not... It is not easy, that's wrong term. It's not necessarily a handling vehicle. It just doesn't handle all that well. I think this has got something like 62% front, but I didn't do all the stuff I did with the paddy wagon to actually make it handle better. And I'm disappointed that I can't actually test my work. But, you know, things are how they are. It does actually get some of a turn off speed. I mean, 190 horsepower isn't the most pitiful ever, but... You know, Cadillac engine be Cadillac engine. 8.2 litres, and how much specific output is that? I mean, it can't be good. We've got, like, how much... Forget horsepower per litre. It's, like, horsepower per 4 litres or something. So, like, 190 spread across 8 litres. That, I think that's less than 50 horsepower a litre, isn't it? A lot less, I think. So, I'm trying to work this out while also trying to correct a sliding family wagon. So... 50 horsepower per litre, that would be 4 litres, I think. So yeah, you've got less than 25 horsepower a litre, I think, being an 8.2 litre engine with 190 horsepower. That is less than 25 a litre. That is not a lot of power for what this is, engine size-wise. I could just be driving this and expecting it to be terrible, and then it actually is kind of quick. I mean, I can pull some speed around the corners, and that is definitely worth something, even if it's not the quickest in a straight line. Really struggling to hit 70 miles per hour because of the lack of power. Can I do 100? 100 would actually be pretty good if it can work itself up to 100, yeah. Whether I'm going to slow it very easily from this point, I don't know. I'm going to have to lift. Going 110, I'm going to have to somewhat lift. And I can't slam on the brakes because it's not got ABS, so if I do that, the thing is just going to lock up and hit the wall. It did hold on quite well, to be fair. I'm not going super heavy on the brakes here, just enough that I think I can get a good slow into this corner and keep up some speed. Come on. There we are. I feel like I could have gone a little quicker there. But I didn't. I'd want to keep this thing together. If I'm going to go and completely test its limits, I should really do that on the third lap. There is the next corner. There. 2 wheels on the grass there because I was trying to keep the thing pointing in the correct direction and it just didn't quite want to grip as much as I wanted it to grip. But we are going. The Peter the car, as I have called it. I do not know how quick this is going to be. It probably won't be the slowest. Hi. I don't know if... I don't understand what to say. Hi, GT. I did bring the... I did build the patio wagon. For some reason, it was giving me issues about instabilities. So, currently, I'm just driving the Peter car. Peter the car, I called it, that I built last stream. But yeah, I do have the patio wagon, and I can try and spawn it again, but it just didn't like me driving it before the first time I tried. I mean, I spent like 4 hours building that thing, which is too long. But still. Currently, I'm just trying to drive a Peter Griffin car powered by a Cadillac engine with 190 horsepower from 8.2 litres. Because America. So, yeah. I mean, I did a lot of, like, lore stuff on that car, and then the headlights didn't even spawn properly. Like, the headlights just look strange. I can hopefully show the front of this car in a moment as well. Because this was another vehicle. This was a lot easier to build, but I did put a lot of work into trying to make this one look like the Family Guy vehicle. And I'm hitting a massive hit of understeer there. There is a corner. This car's worst enemy. A corner has been spotted in the wild. I think this has like 205 or 215 width tyres. Medium radial tyres, so they're not that much higher. For something that weighs, I think, 1,700 kilos or something like that. Not particularly light. I did actually have an interior. I did have an interior on this. Like, it's not super detailed because cartoon, but... there is definitely an interior in this vehicle. Of some description. It doesn't even have miles per hour, it just has 1 to 10 for speed. I think I'm going too slow here. Oh dear, I'm going straight off. No, I'm not. I'm somehow keeping this thing on the track, which I didn't expect I would be able to do. I mean, I have got a bunch of, like, randomized vehicles here I built with a random wheel, so I don't know exactly how this is going to compare. Comparatively to them, it's probably going to be a pretty logical vehicle in terms of build. Like, this is less ridiculous, as much as it might not take a corner all that well. Come on, can we hit 70 before this corner? The challenge of a century. Ah! No, please don't go off the course. You have gone off the course. What an underwhelming accident. I didn't even hit the wall. I've just ended up exploring on the sand. Peter car. I mean, I will try spawning it again. Come on, getting a wheel on the dirt. I think the second lap was actually valid at least, so, you know, even though I've thrown it away here. Or maybe it wasn't, because I did go off the course there. I mean, I can only hope I've got a valid lap. And there we go. How quick has this thing been? Let's see, single lap. Is there any of these? Okay, apparently my single laps were not registerable. This is okay. there's been some really bad random vehicles, and somehow this vehicle is slower than all of them. It's not the best car. I didn't expect it to be, at least for all 3 laps, I didn't expect this to be the slowest of all of them. But anyway, free roam. There it is. I think the lights kind of work. But I was trying to make them look cartoony, so they're not very good. It's also a Maxwell. Can put the brakes on that. Can try spawning the patty wagon. Hope it doesn't destroy my PC. I'll spawn new. Let's hope this actually works. No, like, it just says instability detected. I mean, the patty wagon is here in some form. It's just not happy at all. So I don't know exactly what's going on there. Again, it's things like the flag. It's all just messed up. It's like it's already been in an accident when it hasn't been. It's apparently floating now. Okay, so it's like it just froze a game. Anytime I try and unfreeze it, it is completely messing it up. So I could try Control R. See if that fixes it. Probably not. No. That's what the patty wagon is. It kind of stayed together a little better there. But, I mean, as it stands, I can use the interior, I think. Like, the interior cam actually works, but unfortunately, there's something so unstable about it. So I'll have to try this some other day, but for now, I can just go to the other vehicle, I think. No, okay. It's not even letting me move vehicle at this point to this one. But anyway, so we've got a floating Krabby Patty and the car from Family Guy, which is actually comparatively pretty normal. So until next time, when I hopefully get this thing fixed and functional, I will leave it here, and I will say goodbye until another day.